Dobro jutro svima. Dobro jutro i dobrodošli na Državni stručni skup pod nazivom Kompetencije neophodne učitelju, odnosno nastavniku 21. stoljeća. 10 je sati, pričekat ćemo još koju minutu, budući da je veliki broj prijavljenih i upravo smo negdje na 600, tako da pričekat ćemo još možda nekoliko minuta pa ćemo onda početi. Evo, 10:04 minute je, mislim da ćemo početi. Svi koji se budu spajali i vjerojatno još neko vrijeme će se uključiti u naš državni skup naknadno. Ja prvo želim prenijeti iskrene pozdrave naše ravnateljice koja je danas spriječena i izvan agencije pa nije mogla dati uvodnu riječ. Zamolila je mene da ja to učinim umjesto nje. Stoga eto, drago mi je da vas još jednom u ovoj 2022. godini mogu pozdraviti, znači u njezino ime, u ime ravnateljice Agencije za odgoj i obrazovanje, naše drage Dubravke Brezak-Stamač. Pozdravljam vas u svoje osobno ime u ime svih mojih kolega savjetnika za engleski jezik, kolege Davora Černija koji je naša logistička podrška za danas, evo i on će se kasnije malo uključiti, kolegica Izabela Potnar-Mijić, savjetnica iz Osijeka, kolegica Ružica Kandić, savjetnica za engleski jezik iz Splita i kolega Filip Car, još jedan savjetnik za engleski jezik isto tako u Zagrebu. Pozdravljamo vas svih i eto, baš kao i prošle godine u travnju pripremili smo za vas još jedno stručno usavršavanje koje će, vjerujemo, biti vam od velike koristi. Kao što ste mogli vidjeti, tema ovogodišnjeg skupa je kompetencije neophodne učitelju, odnosno nastavniku 21. stoljeća. I unutar ove teme danas tijekom dana čutit ćemo razna predavanja i imat ćemo nekoliko sjajnih predavača. I ove godine smo se nekako vodili težnjom da vam omogućimo zaista, rekli bismo, top predavače, zbog čega vjerujemo da je i prvih 950 prijava na ETA-edu planulo doslovce u tjedan dana. Stoga zaista vam želimo zahvaliti za vaš veliki interes. To je očito pokazatelj da kolege i ja, savjetnici za engleski jezik u agenciji, očito nešto dobro radimo. Mislimo uvijek na vas i mislimo na ono što je najbolje za vas što se tiče vašeg profesionalnog usavršavanja. Željela bih također zahvaliti što ste za prošlogodišnji skup izdvojili vaše dragocjeno vrijeme i ispunili evaluaciju i dali nam do znanja što mislite o tadašnjem, prošlogodišnjem, ali i budućim stručnim usavršavanjima. Veliko hvala za to. Ja bih sada htjela predstaviti naš današnji program. Trenutak onda. Evo, znači, nakon moje uvodne riječi odmah krećemo sa prvim izlaganjem koje će voditi kolega kojeg svi dobro znate još od prošle godine, kolega Dino Dumančić sa sveučilišta u Zadru, na temu Striking a Balance Between Emotional Rules of Teaching and Second Language Teacher Wellbeing. Sigurna sam da će vam to biti jako, jako zanimljivo. Prošle godine sjećamo se da je kolega Dumančić isto imao jedno vrlo, ne slično, ali nešto u tom stilu predavanje i dobio je sve vaše pohvale. Drago nam je što ćemo sa ovom temom Teacher Wellbeing započeti današnji skup, jer zapravo znamo koliko je to bitno. Nije bitan samo učenik, sustav, program, gig, kurikulum, najbitniji ste vi. Prema tome, eto, kolega Dumančić će startati sa nečim jako interesantnim. Nakon toga, od 11:15 do 12:15 još jedno vrlo dobro poznato lice, naša draga profesorica Jelena Parizovska sa Učiteljskog fakulteta Sveučilišta u Zagrebu će govoriti na temu Using Corpora in ELT. Ono što želim naznačiti jeste da će svi današnji predavači nakon svoga izlaganja imati nekih 15 minuta vremena za vaša pitanja. Znači, predvidjeli smo obavezno da nakon izlaganja imamo i Q&A time. Stoga ćete u chat moći upisati vaša pitanja nakon ili tijekom izlaganja svakog od današnjih predavača. Nakon kolegice Parizovske imat ćemo jednu stanku do 12:30 kada će nam se pridružiti profesorica Stella Letica Krevelj sa Filozofskog fakulteta Sveučilišta u Zagrebu, koja će govoriti o nečemu što je zaista jako, jako bitno. Ima vrlo svježe informacije na temu kompetencije uključene u standard zanimanja učitelj, nastavnik engleskoga jezika. Sigurni smo da će vam to biti od velike koristi. Nakon čega ćemo u 13:30 imati profesoricu Tihanu Kraš sa Filozofskog fakulteta Sveučilišta u Rijeci, koja će govoriti na temu višejezičnosti. Multilingualism, myths and facts. I za kraj, last but not least, imat ćemo jednu malu poslasticu, a to je da po prvi puta uključit će se direktno sa East Coast, sa istočne američke obale, profesor Justin Reich sa poznatog mita i govorit će o tome zašto tehnologija ne može sama po sebi transformirati obrazovanje. On je napisao knjigu pod ovim naslovom Failure to Disrupt Why Technology Alone Can't Transform Education. I on će imati izlaganje od nekih 45 minuta i onda će imati još 15 minuta vremena za vaša pitanja. Od 15:30 do 16 ćemo polako zaključiti ovaj skup. Imat ćemo isto vremena još za nekakve eventualno pitanja i naravno evaluacija i u drugom dijelu današnjega državnog skupa stavit ćemo vam poveznicu za potpisnu listu, a isto tako kao i prošle godine uvijek ćemo vam stavljati u chat i prezentacije naših današnjih guest speakers, predavača. Evo, ja bih samo predložila i zamolila svih vas da definitivno ne krčimo više chat sa pozdravima. Zahvaljujem svima koji su se do sada oglasili u chatu i pozdravili nas. Pozdravljamo i mi vas, ali molimo vas da od sada kada krenu predavanja da chat držimo otvoren samo za Q&A sa našim predavačima i eventualno za poveznice i za evaluaciju na kraju. I eventualno neko pitanje kako god da bude bilo. Želimo naznačiti da istovremeno tko god se nije mogao prijaviti iz bilo kojeg razloga u ETA-edu i putem Zooma, kolega Černi je već u chat ujutro odmah stavio poveznicu za YouTube, znači kanal Agencije za odgoj i obrazovanje, tamo je live stream ovoga stručnog skupa, tako da eventualno ako znate nekoga, možete im savjetovati da prate preko YouTube-a ako ne mogu ovdje. Evo, ništa, svih vas srdačno još jednom pozdravljam, želim vam ugodan dan radni, sjajno vrijeme, bit će puno lijepih saznanja danas, puno toga ćemo čuti, naučiti. Zahvaljujem se našim prekrasnim predavačima, još jednom hvala svim kolegama savjetnicima, hvala svima vama koji ste se uključili i evo, krećemo, ja ću se isključiti glasom i slikom, ali čujemo se onda i vidimo kasnije. Hvala još jednom. Kolega Dumančić, dajem vam riječ, možete se predstaviti, molim vas, i krenuti sa izlaganjem. Hvala lijepa.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'll just enlarge it and let's see if it works. Sorry. Okay. Can you see the title page?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Yelena, for those very kind words and setting the bar so high for me. So hopefully I won't disappoint. While you were giving this introduction, I was pondering what some people in the audience might be thinking, you know, oh my God, not him again. Gosh, why him? Why this topic? It's past 10 a.m. and I already need a drink. Well, hopefully I'll be able to dissuade you and hopefully I'll get you interested in what I have to offer you today or this morning. So good morning again, and thank you for having me back so soon. The topic of my presentation is striking a balance between emotional rules of teaching and L2 teacher well-being. And for those of you who have attended some of my talks, yes, I deal with emotions, emotion regulation, well-being, and all these other aspects. Those are very diverse. So my outline, well, as you can tell, this is not your typical outline. So I provided you with some key points or key domains that I'll be touching upon in my presentation today. So here, first of all, I'll be relying on your experience and on your input throughout this talk, and I'll be calling upon you from time to time. Just to make it clear, I won't be using any fancy apps, no Mentimeter or anything of the sort. However, what I will be doing, I'll be going old school today and using plain old chat box. So hopefully you'll be willing to engage with me. I'll be infusing my talk with a bit of research, not too much, mind you, because I know teachers don't always like that. I'll offer you some personal testimonials from real life teachers in regards to my topic. And of course, I'll try to offer you some interesting activities that I believe you might use for yourselves. First of all, a little thinking session or brainstorming session. Who are teachers and what do they do, or what is it that we do? And as you can tell, there are various illustrations. And sometimes people consider us, oh yeah, it's those guys that just collect their paychecks. Oh, they just put their feet up and they do nothing, at their offices or in school. Or they see us as some guys or some people who bury their heads in the book while their students are sleeping, or maybe some individuals that juggle too many things or simply play along with kids all day. Yeah, that's what teachers do. However, I'm looking to hear what you have to say on this topic, and I'll be gradually leading you into the main topic for today. So this will all make sense eventually. What makes a good teacher? I'd like to hear from you right off the bat at the beginning of this presentation. What's your vision of a good teacher? Think about it. What's a good teacher supposed to be like? Or what is expected of a good teacher? Try to think about yourself in terms of how do I act in the classroom? How do I behave? What emotions am I projecting to my learners? What kind of a relationship do I have with them or with my colleagues? So let's make this a two-parter. In the first part, so you can see the table below, I'd like you to turn to chat box right away. And we'll start with, I as a good teacher should. So give me some ideas of what you believe that you as a good teacher should be like, act like, perform, what emotions you should display, and so on. Okay. If you wouldn't mind just sharing some ideas with you, and Yelena will help me out and read some of your comments.
So there are many answers. Some of these are like creative, compassionate, bring out the best in students, calm, creative, patient, patience, fair. We should motivate our students, skilled, interesting, be fair, motivate children, motivational, available at all times, moderator, flexible, willing to listen and learn, patient, role model, reliable.
Okay. Sounds amazing. Thank you so much. I can see that you put a lot of thought into this. Now, I'd like to switch over to the second part. Now, I, as a good teacher, should never, what is it that you believe that you, as a good teacher, should never do, be, act like? Let's see what you have to say about this one.
Should never be disrespectful, never lose my control, rude, shout, should never judge, take my personal life into the classroom, never inconsistent, never humiliate, discriminate, condescending, disrespectful, yell, too serious, lose interest in my job, allowed to be out of control, shame my students for making mistakes. Okay.
Thank you so much. I love what I'm hearing so far, which really, leads me to believe that all of you are, great teachers, being mindful of all of that. Now, my point being is, let's connect this to some of the frameworks or some research. I'll show you what I mean. According to UNESCO's the framework for action for the implementation of sustainable development, this is what we as teachers are expected to do: be well qualified, motivated, define outcomes, assess learning, be open to change, facilitate gender responsive, inclusive environment, and so on. But what's really interesting to me is, according to this Teaching and Learning International Survey on the right-hand side, take a look at this. Teachers are to control and self-regulate to ensure teacher professionalism. This word really echoes professionalism. Try to bookmark it for the time being, because we'll need it later on. And teachers are not only to perform actions required of the professional teachers, but also expected to believe and feel specific things. Believe and feel. We'll get back to this soon enough, but bear that in mind. And since we're talking about these beliefs and feelings, just one slide on what emotional development for teachers envelops or kind of, contains. It refers to a set of abilities that we as teachers gradually develop in different contexts, situational and educational. And how emotionally developed we are, this has a direct impact of how we learn, how we perform certain activities, and how we attain our goals. So on the right-hand side, you can see, according to the Cambridge Life Competencies Framework, this is what kind of belongs there. We need to, so an emotionally developed teacher is able to identify and understand their emotions, manage their own emotions, and of course have empathy and relationship skills. But we'll mostly tap into these first two during my presentation. Now, to remind you, earlier, we mentioned what teachers are supposed to be like, do, believe, feel. And this can sometimes feel like teaching tug of war. So you're in the middle, and then on the one hand side, whether you're working at university or in school, language center, it doesn't matter. On the one hand, there's one thing, I, as a teacher, I feel this, I actually believe this. And on the other hand, well, I have a feeling like I should be feeling this, or I should be actually believing something else. Now, I'd like to ask you to join me again in the chat box. When we talk about emotion work of language teaching, this is what we do. I'd like you to take a look at these color-coded emotions. First of all, be very frank with me, be very honest, no filter. I want you to copy or write those emotions down in the chat box that you believe are appropriate for your classroom. So without, any reservation, just be open. Let's see what you write. So what do we have so far, Yelena?
Okay, all of them, most of them, love, joy, happiness, pride, all of them.
Pleasant
Happiness,
emotions.
joy. I believe that at least occasionally we should show all those feelings. We are not robots and don't work in ideal conditions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I suspected something like this might happen. That's okay. So predominantly,
most of them, basically, most of them is the answer.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's move on. Now I have another thing for you. I know. It's right at the start of the presentation, and I'm asking you to participate this much. I'd like you to read these 4 statements, and then I'll give you a moment, and then I will single out 2, and I'll ask for your opinions. Let's read them first. Okay. Now I will read one of them, and when I'm done, I'd like you to put in the chat box A for agree or D for disagree. All right. So here comes the first one. Language teachers should not feel or display fear. Give me A or D in the chat box.
Okay, it's mostly D.
It's mostly disagree. All right. So all of you believe, or most of you believe, that language teachers should not show fear or experience it. All right.
Yes, somebody said we're not robots, so it's mostly D, Dino.
Okay. And one more. Language teachers should not display anger.
Okay, it's mostly D. Actually, I would say it's rarely A, but mostly D. Okay, there are some A's, but there are some A's, but mostly D. And somebody wrote both.
Okay. Thank you so much for your input. All of these questions that I've posed, now these lead us to the main part of my topic, emotional labor. So when we do emotional work, like you've just shown me, it can be equated with labor if it's connected to conditions imposed by the employer. And you'll find this interesting because we all work in different educational contexts, but there are these unwritten rules that we seem to be following on a daily basis, and nobody's told us those, up front. So emotional labor, one of the aspects is when an individual suppresses an emotion that they're actually experiencing, and they're trying to project something that they find is more conducive to this teaching and learning environment. And there is this, I like the sentence, stretching along a continuum from discordant to congruent emotional states. I'll explain this on the next slide. But what it means is sometimes your emotions, what you're experiencing, will be in line with what you believe is right for the classroom, and sometimes it won't. And there are 3 strategies according to Hochschild and Yin. I'll explain them briefly, and then throughout my presentation, I'll give you some practical context so you can connect to it better. First, surface acting. And let's put it this way. Imagine a situation where you have a student who's annoying you. He or she is irritating you so much, but you're not showing it. You're just suppressing it, and you're putting up, a brave face, a positive face, and no, I'm not annoyed. I'm just, I'm happy. I'm not bothered by you. So surface acting is twofold. It involves not only suppression, but also faking emotions. Number 2 is deep acting. It's considered more, let's say, along the lines, or more appropriate for the classroom, because the teacher invests effort to evoke emotions, those emotions that the teacher believes are appropriate for that context, for the classroom or wherever the teacher is. For instance, if there is a student that's, being a little annoying and, abrupt and disruptive in the classroom, but sometimes the teacher might say, okay, but look, they might be going through this, they might be experiencing this, they're just a kid. So this, to those of you who have maybe attended some of my talks earlier, it resembles another emotional regulation strategy called reappraisal. So we're trying to take a look at it from a different angle. And natural acting is, as the name says, what I feel is what I show. So remember the continuum that I was talking about. This is you in the model. And look, on the left-hand side, we have surface acting. So yeah, I'm feeling annoyed. I'm feeling frustrated right now. But look, no. Yep, on the left-hand side, I'm toning it down. I'm faking until I make it. And still on the right-hand side, it's deep acting. What I believe that I should show in the class so my students don't get overwhelmed. And there's a dissonance sometimes, like being pulled, in all directions. To put this into better perspective, let's take a look at one practical example. And please, when I show this next slide, try not to read the text. I'll just walk you through it so it's easier for you to follow. The case of a misbehaving student. So take a look at this illustration. Imagine that you're in a situation where your student suddenly starts acting out. The student has a hissy fit. They throw their textbook down. They start cussing out loud, maybe, and other students seem to be turning around, drawing attention. So if you as a teacher experience a moderate degree of congruent emotional labor, then you will most likely, as indicated in deep acting, you will try to empathize and see if you can, okay, what is it that I can do to make the student maybe more accepted, or how can I repair, their relationship with other students. But if you're in full consonance, which means what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, that's what you're projecting, then you might go and say, this is really inappropriate. I'm really angry with you right now, and so on. So you're very genuine. And you can also be, like I mentioned earlier, suppress it, but it's not the healthiest of ways. Okay, so here comes the first research corner. Just to back this up with a little, with some findings. And of course, this study that I conducted was among you Croatian English language teachers, and thank you to all of you who took part in it and who set aside their time. And in the research, I looked at emotions, emotional regulation strategies, and emotional labor, among other things. I will not go into detail. I'll just say, when I asked the teachers, Croatian teachers, I mean, some of you maybe, so do you, in your classroom, do you mainly fake your emotions, suppress, do you show them, and so on? Majority of the teachers said that they openly show what they're feeling, so natural acting. And when I asked, well, what about surface acting? They said, infrequently. Was that the case? Really, I cannot say, but this is what I found. And I'll just briefly compare it to two other studies. One is Korean and one is Japanese, and both find the presence of surface acting among their ELTs. For example, in Korea, when their teachers saw that their students were inactive, they were very passive in class, they decided to fake their emotions. Oh, I'll pretend to be very happy. I'm so happy that you're not involved right now, that you're so silent. But I'll try to motivate you this way. And King, in Japanese context, saw that, well, students refused to work. Sometimes they wouldn't obey, and then the teacher felt irritated. I mean, you can relate. I can relate, but the teacher, even despite experiencing dissonance, decided to display a positive face. No, it's not bothering me one bit. I'm good with this. All right. So hopefully you're still alive. And those of you that are here with me, yeah, I'm preparing. So I have one interesting story to tell you. And it might be a bit abrupt, but let's see how it works. It's called the Schlong story. It's also Riley's story. This is a story about a teacher named Riley. And before listening to an excerpt from their story, I would like you to put yourselves in Riley's shoes. So imagine that you're standing in the classroom right now, or your lecture hall, wherever you work, and your student raises their hand and says, teacher, does your boyfriend or husband have a big schlong? Or if you're a male teacher, does your girlfriend or wife have big, something? So right now, try to answer this for yourselves. No chat this time. How would this make you feel? So what are your thoughts like at the moment? And how do you act when your student asks you, does your boyfriend or husband have a big schlong? How do you act? And while thinking, are there some rules, or is there a script that you're considering? So I want you to be kind of guided by these questions while I'm reading this excerpt. So I'll try to be as clear and as loud as possible. And then after reading, we'll briefly dissect the story and see what it says. I have a student in my class, Steph, and I feel like I talk with him a lot about how to conduct himself appropriately. For example, I talk with him about how adults have filters on what they say and that sometimes teenagers do not, trying to encourage him to think about applying a filter of some kind. He can be quite inappropriate, and I give him a lot of exceptions because he's on the very edge and just about to be expelled. I still expect him to work in my class, but I let him get away with little things that he probably wouldn't get away with in other classes. I do reflect on this quite a lot. The other day, a group of students was making up a rumor about me and another teacher. They were suggesting that we could be romantically involved, and the whole thing just felt weird. So to try to put a stop to it, I told them that my boyfriend wouldn't be very happy about that. Well, the news that I had a partner spread through the school like wildfire. And in the next class, I was fielding questions left, right, and center about my romantic life. Then Steph asks loudly and in front of the class, does your boyfriend have a big schlong? The question hit me like a ton of bricks because it was just completely inappropriate. And to be honest, I didn't really know how to respond. I didn't really discipline him. I just turned around and put his name on the board to let him know that he was on his way to an exit from the class. I didn't pull him aside and actually say, that's not appropriate, because I feel like I had already had that conversation with him. I thought that if I gave him the attention, then everyone else would be making a big deal of it. I felt annoyed that he was just being stupid, but what really bothered me was wondering whether I had dealt with it appropriately. Especially after the conversation with my teacher colleague, my confidence was even more shaken, and I was thinking, oh, I should have done this. I should have done that, and taking the whole incident apart. But in the moment, I was feeling mostly like, oh, what do I do with that? And because I didn't know quite what to do, I kind of let it slide. I wondered whether he might have reacted violently if I tried to reprimand him in class, and wondered whether I was avoiding a confrontational path with him. All right, so this was Riley's story. Hopefully you're still with me, you're alive. Let's take a look, briefly dissect it and see what it says and what it means. So remember, so far we've been talking about different emotional experiences, emotional labor, how some behaviors can be very taxing on the teacher. So Riley went through different emotional states. First, Riley was frustrated with Steph, then annoyed. How could he have been so stupid? Then threatened. Steph could do something like this again. Sad, but also showing care. I don't want to exit him. I want to at least try and help him. And shocked. It hit me like a ton of bricks. So there was something very important here. Riley had a certain image of themselves. Okay, I need to be a professional teacher. I need to be a very engaging teacher, but I also need to be calm. I mean, he asked me this question point blank. Riley followed a certain script and made certain assumptions. What was the script? Well, teachers are supposed to be, remember what I asked you earlier, what is a good teacher supposed to be like? Now I'm tying this in with this part, with this story. Well, a good teacher is supposed to be calm and present and supposed to be, all put together, have their wits about them. But was this script the same with others, with staff? No, and this is where Riley made a wrong assumption. And some of you might even make assumption about Riley. Never in my presentation did I say that Riley was a female or a male teacher. I just simply said Riley. And here, again, people might be saying, well, but there was this boyfriend part or partner part. Again, we do not know. But see how assumptions can go a long way. Okay. Now, to break things apart a little bit, I'm going to show you one activity that you might consider when feeling ton of load emotionally in the classroom. Whatever you might be feeling, first, it's important to label the emotion because it helps you reduce its intensity. See if you can distinguish, are you annoyed or are you angry? And allow yourself to feel the emotion and try to recognize that what you're feeling is kind of giving you some information, some important information. And a lot of people tend to, and even in the literature, you'll find words like positive emotions, negative emotions, but in reality, emotions are not positive or negative on their own. They just are. It's a matter of being pleasant or unpleasant, how they're making you feel, and they're not good or bad on their own. Try to forecast and recognize. We've all probably been in this situation when you're in the classroom and something's happening, you're feeling either your rage building up or your frustration, but make a note of it and see what's going on in the classroom. And angry teacher, for instance, is more likely to interpret any reaction on the part of the student in such a way. So if I'm angry and somebody here in the chat box or live asks me something and I immediately project my anger onto them and then I lash out. For identified patterns, it's important to respond rather than to react. This is what I try to remind myself of sometimes. All right, to conclude this first part, teaching is imbued with various emotions, and that's completely normal. But what's important for us teachers is not to engage in sustained, exhausting behavior, not faking all the time, not suppressing all the time, not only in school, but in real life, because it's taxing on us. Take a look. I've shown you this illustration of little batteries, and I'm really fond of these because they represent what I'm talking about in a great way. So our battery goes like this. It gets depleted. And this is what we're trying to prevent. So we want to safeguard our well-being. But how do we do that? We need to know how to alleviate the load, and we need to be aware. Okay, and this is a subtle transition to well-being. So well-being, well, there are various interpretations out there. What does it mean? What is well-being? Oh, being open, engaged, being positive, healthy functioning, having presence of pleasant emotions, lack of unpleasant ones, general satisfaction in life. Well, yes, all of these might be the case, but I have something for you again, and I'd like you to take a look at several statements, 4 again, and tell me if you would agree with them or not. You don't have to write anything, just for yourselves. So it says, well-being is only linked to physical and mental health. Tell yourself, do I agree with this or not? Well-being means we need to be happy all the time. Unpleasant emotions need to be avoided at all costs. And well-being means you need to do yoga or meditate. You agree? You disagree? You probably have your answers. To be perfectly blunt, these are, let's call them half-truths or misconceptions about our well-being. Is it only linked to physical and mental health? Not really. Can we be happy all the time? Well, I don't think that's truly possible. But let's get to the spirit of things. So language teacher well-being means there is an interaction between different parts of our well-being. And what parts are those? We have our physical well-being, emotional, mental, intellectual, spiritual, which need not always be religious. So sometimes we'll tap into different sources to make ourselves feel better. And if you want to ask yourself certain questions that get to the bottom of things, ask yourselves this: how comfortable do I feel in my place of work, for example? How do I feel as a language teacher? How healthy am I, and what is affecting my health positively or negatively? How happy am I with my life in general and my life at work? And one, unavoidable, let's say, occurrence is stress. It's tightly related to our well-being, and we are no strangers to stress. And what is stress actually? Well, this is the discrepancy kind of between all the pressures, all the demands, everything that we're getting on all fronts. Go pick up the kids, go do the laundry, finish up, work, go to school, go to the university, all of these things. Between that and what we perceive to be our capability to handle, to wrangle all of this. And there are different types of stress. Not all stress is bad. For instance, distress, it's usually considered unpleasant, negative, and hindering. Eustress, for example, is considered positive. It kind of gets you engaged, energized, a little antsy, as I was, for example, feeling before this presentation. That was eustress for me. Intolerable stress, day-to-day stress. Whether we're going grocery shopping or driving in our car and somebody bumps, cuts across on the road, we still have the resources to manage. All right. Are you still with me? Hopefully you are. Hopefully I'm not boring you out of your minds. I'll soon get to the interesting part again and give you some examples. But just one more thing. Can you remember those statements that I gave you? We need to be happy all the time. We need to do yoga, or unpleasant emotions need to be avoided. And this is what I was referring to. Subjective well-being is at the core. Why? Because there needs to be a balance. I believe somebody in the chat mentioned that we're not robots. Exactly right. So there needs to be a balance between, sometimes we'll be feeling elated, sometimes we'll be feeling joyous, happy, but sometimes we'll be feeling, under the weather, maybe anxious, maybe depressed, maybe a little sad, and that's perfectly okay, as long as we have awareness of that. And it's important for us to engage in self-actualization. So this is this eudaimonic well-being. I'd like to focus your attention to the right-hand side. Take a look at this illustration. As you can tell, I'm a visual learner. I like colors, and everything is color-coded or noted for me, so that's how I perceive things better. PERMA stands for P, positive emotion, E, engagement, then R, relationship, M, meaning, and A, accomplishment. So you can imagine like a current going through all of these. So that's well-being. So we cannot only have positive emotion. We need to be engaging with our work, with people. So establish relationships. We need to discern certain meaning. What does it mean? What's the meaning of life? What's meaningful for me? Is my job meaningful for me? If not, well, I might reconsider it. I might do something else. An accomplishment. We as human beings derive satisfaction from getting rewarded. It's okay, it's normal, but all of these things comprise well-being. All right. One last research corner. I told you there would be two. So here you are. This is, again, Croatian-based research that my colleague, Ana Martinovic, and myself, yours truly, we conducted among Croatian L2 teachers. And those of you that participated were very kind enough to show us, to give us your input. We were looking at attitudes this was based on online teaching, mind you. But I'll today just showcase two parts. well-being results and coping mechanisms. We got a lot of the results, but I'll just shorten it for you. When we asked teachers how they coped with dealing with teaching online, because we were all struggling during Corona, teachers said that their workload has affected their well-being negatively. Well, for all of us, it meant first adjusting, then finding what's the right app. Will my learners work with me? I don't like sitting in front of the computer. They'll be bored. They're not participating. They're turning their cameras off. Administrative support was also an interesting part that affected well-being. And teachers said, well, they were kind of ambivalent. Some teachers said we got enough support from our colleagues, from the school, from the ministry. And some said, nope, we didn't get anything and we had to rely on ourselves. And speaking of students, most teachers said that they had good interaction, good relationship with their students, and that everything was proceeding apace. What about coping? Don't read all of this. Try not to get lost in the text. Like I said earlier, I'll brief you on it. The main question that we asked the teachers was, okay, we were interested in, are they avoiding the situation or are they tackling it? And teachers said, yeah, most of the teachers said that they are doing all that is possible to make the situation better for their learners. What this meant was they either introduced new content or gave them quizzes or maybe project work, anything to get things started, get things done. They were seeking different strategies to cope actively. And when we asked, well, what about yourselves? What do you do for yourself? Teachers said, well, we use certain self-distraction strategies. I either go out or play with my kids or play with my dog or listen to music, or I just unplug and turn everything off. Teachers, and we asked them toward the end, are you still trying to cope or did you give up on it? And only a fraction of the sample, only small amount of teachers, small number said that they are avoiding. So this would be behavioral disengagement, but most of them were actively coping. All right, so here's an interesting one. I'd like to offer you this. Some of you might already be familiar with it. I'll demonstrate so you don't have to worry. If you're in a situation where you're feeling anxious or just a little wound up or frustrated, you name it, irritable, and you need to ground yourself. You might not always be, you might not always be able to do this at home or at work, but maybe at home or someplace. Go someplace, sit where it's comfortable, just, shrug your shoulders a little bit, just break the tension. And then take your hand and the index finger of another hand. So you can place it on the outer part of your thumb or your pinky. So what we'll be doing right now, we'll be tracing like this. But while I'm going up, we'll be inhaling like this. And then exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale again. Exhale. So this is a little exercise to get you grounded and get you in the here and now moment. And while you're doing this, I can speak from personal experience. Sometimes your mind wanders. You're jumping from place to place. Oh, my job, whatever. But it's okay. You can refocus yourself and try to pay attention to how it feels when you're tracing, because you're feeling your index finger on your skin as you're tracing. And then you're breathing in and breathing out. It will not solve all of your problems, of course, but you can wind down. Lastly, what I have for you, before we get to the last story, we as language teachers sometimes are compared to other teachers, like, math teachers do this, biology teachers do this. But in essence, what sets us apart, and this was supported by research from other notable authors such as Buchanan, Duval, McIntyre, Mercer, Gregerson, King. It means that, first of all, we as language teachers have to deal with our own language teacher identity, cultural differences. we struggle with language anxiety. So we teach a language that's not our primary language, our mother tongue. And sometimes we need to struggle with that. How do I explain this to my students? So it's very difficult. And not to mention other or ever-changing demands, cost of emotional labor, stress, burnout, you name it. And the authors on the left-hand side, Kanu, Duval, and King, they said, language teaching is like an emotional roller coaster, and I fully support that. Here comes, we're at the last part of my presentation. Hopefully you're still breathing. I cannot feel your pulses, but hopefully you're still with me. I have a question for you, and I want you to turn to chat one last time today. How do you express or display anger in your classroom or in your lecture hall or wherever? I want you to write down quickly some answers. I really want to know, because this will be tied to my last example and my last story. How do you express or display anger when you feel it? Be very honest, please.
Okay, here are some answers for you. Raise my voice, silent treatment. I stated, depending on the day, I yell or I remain calm. I raise my voice and you can see it on my face. I shout, raise my voice. I get really silent. I talk about it. I shout so the whole school can hear me. I stop talking. It shows I'm in a bad mood. Breathe in, breathe out. I stated, I share with my colleagues.
Okay.
Statements and coffee in the break. I talk to friends, take a deep breath and move on. Talk to colleagues in the same situation, verbalize. I raise my voice by talking to my friends, talk to my colleagues. I just become very serious. I say, grr, it depends on the situation. I look at them, I lower my voice, talk through it. I laugh out loud.
Okay, we can stop here. Thank you so much. I could definitely identify with some of your examples, though some of the examples provided were more along the lines of regulating anger rather than expressing it. But that's okay. I appreciate all of the input. Hold on to this, what you've just written down or what you've thought of. And for my last story, Parker's story, or The Bite. Meet Parker, a teacher that witnessed one student bite another in rage. While listening to an excerpt from their story, I want you to think about, so this is listening comprehension. Familiar? So think about your responses to the previous question of how you express anger. Think about the possible emotional rules that might have affected your classroom performance, and think about how much your example matches Parker's. Okay, here goes. There was a particular incident just yesterday, actually. Everyone was in class and busy, working in groups, and the students' pens got messed up. Nick thought another student, Miriam, had his pen, which wasn't the case, but nevertheless, Nick yelled, "Hey, give me my pen." And he was starting to get really aggressive. Sometimes I step in front of Nick and ask him to just look at me for a second and just calm down, because I don't know if a fight could potentially happen. If I'm on the outer, for example, if I'm just yelling at him from the peripheral, he's not going to see me. He's only going to hear me. He then tried to wrestle the pen off Miriam, and she was saying, "This is not your pen. This is not your pen." And she wouldn't let it go. So Nick was still trying to wrestle it off her, and then eventually he bit Miriam on the arm. I just thought, holy shit, what the hell? Why would you bite someone? I was frustrated with the situation, and he was getting quite aggressive towards me. And I was sort of backpedaling a little bit when he was getting closer. I found his pen and I was trying to give it to him, but he was yelling at me. And I was sort of a little bit threatened in a way. I was wondering, is he going to hit me? This all happened towards the end of the class, which was lucky because the kids were winding down anyway. I'm used to him losing it sometimes. I've got a pretty good rapport with him. I was fairly confident and I trusted him that he wouldn't hit me, but he does flip easily. Sometimes he doesn't calm down, but you don't want students to ever think that you're scared, because then they just feel like, oh, the teacher's scared of me, and they think they have control. I just can't exit him from the class because I don't know where he'll go or what he'll do. Similarly, if I send him with another student, then I could be putting another student at risk. I always have a support staff member come down to collect him, and then he usually calms down. At the same time, I still have a class to run, so I'm trying to keep them going too. I wouldn't necessarily say that I feel stressed after such an incident, but I always question whether I should have been more proactive to reduce the risk of conflict. Nick has sort of got two personalities. He's this charming, lovely chap, and then he's this angry kid who does cause violence in my class because he can get quite aggressive. Okay, so this was a story. Let's briefly dissect it. Just to remind ourselves, Hochschild states that there are two categories of emotional rules: what should be felt and what should be displayed. What did Parker do? Parker claims to be accustomed to Nick losing it sometimes. Parker attempts to display a sense of being calm and in control, a clear evidence of suppression of emotional labor. Park hides frustration and worry. Oh, you know, when kids get angry. But in reality, it's not the case. Parker engages in emotion regulation, self-soothing. So when we're anxious, we sometimes do things with our hands, or we massage our back or our necks, or we're stroking our hair. So this is all self-soothing. And Parker tried to convince themselves of confidence. Oh, I trust Nick. Oh, he probably won't be doing anything to me, won't hit me. But we do not know that. And asking for external support, another form of regulation. Last two slides. Earlier, I asked you about anger, how you express anger. We talked about anger here a little bit. And here is a little something to help you along your way. How can you express anger? First, cool down. When you're angry, wait it out, breathe, exercise, distract yourself. When you're angry, as I like to say, nobody's home. Try to dissect the emotion. Are you truly angry? Are you sad? Are you maybe frustrated? You need to determine. Sometimes, for example, with Parker, oh, I'm angry, but in reality, I'm afraid, I'm threatened that something's going to happen to me. Get curious. When you ask yourselves certain questions, you get then disrupt this anger. What are they feeling? Are they okay? They're looking at it in a certain way. So bombard yourselves with questions that might set you apart from this anger, and communicate. Share your points of view. And this is what a lot of us sometimes use when we're angry. You instead of I. You did this. You caused it. You made me thinking. But no, you cannot do this. I mean, you can, but we shouldn't. Instead, try I felt helpless there, or I perceived it as such and such. What do you feel? What are you experiencing? And last but not least, as Yelena would say, to get you grounded a little bit, again, an interesting tool. If you know it, great. If not, it's called 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 grounding tool. Whatever happens to you, if you're, like I said, anxious or stressed out or frustrated, or maybe a little, antsy, sit down. And if your mind is rushing, walk through this exercise. Okay, what are the 5 things I can see right now? I can see my computer. I can see the camera. I can see you. Keep listening. What are 4 things that you can hear? I can hear myself breathe. I can hear my voice. I can hear people passing by, so on. What are 3 things you can feel? I can feel my chair. I can feel maybe the cushion behind my back. I can feel tension in my shoulders, and so on. Things that you can feel, 2 of them. If there is nothing for you to sense, try to evoke in your memory a fragrance or a scent that you like? And lastly, what is one thing that you can taste? All of these, some of these exercises will not rid you of your troubles, but they might slow down the rushing train of emotion and might just ground you and help you unwind and relax a little bit. Thank you so much for staying with me and keeping till the very end of this presentation. And hopefully I didn't make anyone go get that drink. If I did, that's okay. That's also another form of regulation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dino. Thank you very much. And now it's Q&A time.
Yes,
so,
of course.
Dear colleagues, if you have any questions for our colleague Dumancic, now is the time. We have some, I would say 10 minutes to go through some of your questions. Okay, I'll check the chat. And Dino, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thank you. It was very interesting. Let me see. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Okay, Ms. Fjorovic said useful. Thank you. Nice to hear from you again. Kind regards. Thank you, Dino. It was great. A wonderful presentation and a perfect timing for a topic like this. Thank you. It was amazing and useful. Excellent. Thank you for your support. We really need it, says Ms. Ivanišević. Okay, Ms. Bošković says great accent. We agree with that. Thank you, Dino. It can be applied into our lives as well. That's right. Ms. Grubišić says on the spot. Thank you, Dina. Great as always. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Okay, no need for questions. Ms. Lazarević says, thank you. Interesting as always. Very useful. Okay, Ms. Jerković has a question. What happens if you try to express your emotions openly and without being rude, and it gets to the parents and then you have problems? I have witnessed that a lot of problems in school happen because of the parents.
That's a very good question. I don't have a very clear answer or something that would solve all of your issues. I find that what I did when I worked in school was I would show my emotions. I would, for example, say to students, look, I understand that you're feeling this way, but look, the way you're acting right now is really making me angry. Could we find another way? So, I wasn't maybe portraying my anger as someone might expect, lashing out or yelling at him or something like that. But parents can sometimes be very overbearing, and I understand. I'm not a parent myself, so I would not dare speak for parents, but they're very protective, as all of us, we all know that. And sometimes they don't see the other side of things, and they listen to what their child tells them, which need not always be the truth. So in reality, what I can offer you right now is, you can express yourself and display your true emotions, but following this teaching script in a more in a respectable way. So even if they're frustrating you, you can tell them, look, do you like to be annoyed? Or maybe throw them a ball right back. Do you like it when somebody angers you? Well, I'm sure you don't. So right now what you're doing is disrupting the class, and it really makes me, feel bad, and I'm sure you don't want that. So why don't we try to find another solution? It won't always be helpful. I know we have students that are simply disruptive for the sake of being disruptive. And in those cases, this approach might not always work best. But what's important, for what I'd like to kind of leave you with, is something for you to engage, but not to deplete your battery too much. So for you not to use too much of your resource bank, if you know what I'm saying. if it makes any sense. Because when we are yelling or when we're suppressing, we're exhausting all of our inner reserve. And then at the end of that class, we could be drained and we come to the teacher's lounge and we just sprawl all over the table, or we need coffee. And then we're not really equipped to continue working with other students. And then, as my research showed, you're more likely then to lash out and to be fatigued. And this is something that we don't want to. So yes, our job is very stressful, but then again, we want to at least preserve our energy as much as possible. So hopefully I've managed to answer your question.
There's a joke coming up from Ms. Jurkovic who says, it seems teachers need therapy these days to do their job.
Exactly.
Okay, and okay, there is another one. If I tone down my reaction, will the children recognize how inappropriate the behavior they witnessed was?
Well, from my experience, any change, we sometimes forget that, but again, I will speak from my personal experience. I wouldn't go and speak for anyone else. Emotions, there is such a thing called, there is such a concept known as emotional contagion. Some of you might have heard of it. It means whatever we experience, sometimes it always kind of spreads all around. You can imagine, for example, if you have someone close or friend or relative or even a colleague at work that comes in and you can immediately sense that there is something off with their energy. They're just wound up and you can feel it without them actually having to say anything. And the same is with children. They can sense and they can tell by what we're not saying, our posture, our facial expressions, and it exudes from us. So I believe, from my experience, yes, children do pick up on this more than we believe. But again, I cannot speak for all children everywhere or all students. They will pick up on it, and they'll sometimes say, okay, look, shut up. The teacher is, oh, she's angry or she's something. So, and then you might just, okay, you picked up on this. Can you maybe guess how I'm feeling right now? I know this is not a therapy session or anything, but try to have it one-on-one with them, just to, for them to try to maybe have them empathize or have them in your place, have them put themselves in your shoes is what I'm trying to bring across.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Živčić says, actually, teachers need to be trained as therapists. Ms. Jerkovic says, thank you for the answer. I'm glad to see that you are as interesting as you were when I was your student. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ms. Tesaris Ban says, actually, all professions dealing with people should include regular therapy. And I think that this is it for the time being.
Okay.
Of course, some of our colleagues are asking if they can get this presentation as well.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
so
sure.
we say yes, we will.
Yes, I'll send it to you, and then you can, like last time, you can distribute the presentation wherever you need to.
Exactly. So thank you very much once again, dear.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to all my colleagues. And I know some of the colleagues and my personal friends are out there. So hello to all of you. And can I just ask you, Yelena, before I let you go, at one point I'll have to leave the office. But is it okay if I log in from my home computer later on? Is it okay?
Absolutely, no problem, no problem whatsoever. Okay, one more thing. Ms. Konjic says, today parents are involved in our teaching more than ever. We are obliged to behave properly in class, meaning to be polite, happy, positive, motivating. Any negative emotion is unacceptable.
I'll just quickly respond to this. What I feel is important, and that sometimes we forget that in our personal lives and professional lives, we need to set clear boundaries. I know when I talk to some of my personal friends who are teachers, and then a mom came to the PTA meeting and she dominated, it's okay to say, okay, we'll talk about this later. Let's put a hold to it, put a stop to this. And because you're in charge, you are the teacher. So, we need to set clear boundaries as to what makes us feel good and what we're accepting and what not. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you once again. See you later, Dino. And now it's time for our next guest speaker. Professor Jelena Parizovska from the University in Zagreb, who will be talking about how to use corpora in ELT. Kolegice Jelena, vidimo se, čujemo se, jel da?
Vidimo se, dobar dan. I mean, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, we're approaching to noon, so it's not the early morning anymore.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing fine, and great to have you again. Thank you so much. And so I just leave the next hour to you, dear colleague Parizovska.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming to this presentation. Jelena, thank you for inviting me once again. So I was here last year. All right, so today I'll be talking about using corpora in ELT. And just let me check. Okay, all right, so first let me tell you what a corpus is. So it's a large collection of texts in electronic form used for studying language. So the singular form is corpus and the plural form is corpora. Here is an example of the word teacher in a corpus of English. So whenever you open a corpus, you will see the word or phrase that you're looking for highlighted. For instance, in this case, it is the word teacher. To Dino's point, can teachers help students find authentic happiness? But my personal favorite is would prepare better teachers by being better teachers. So that will be our goal today, all the lecturers' goal today. Corpora have long been used in English language teaching, primarily for compiling dictionaries. So for instance, all the online dictionaries for advanced learners, such as Collins, Longman, Macmillan, and Cambridge, use corpora for their dictionaries. In addition, corpora have been used for the analysis of grammatical patterns, and the result are corpus-based grammars. So one of these that I'm familiar with is Collins Cobled English Grammar, and there's also Longman Student Grammar, spoken and written English, that I will be mentioning a little bit later. So how can you use a corpus as an EFL teacher? Well, you can do it in several ways. First, you can use a corpus to design class materials and tests, that is by searching for authentic examples rather than made up examples, or if you don't want to use examples from dictionaries. Secondly, you can use a corpus to correct students' written works. And finally, you can use a corpus when you are doing any kind of writing or preparing for speaking, so you can check the meanings and usage of words, phrases, and grammatical structures. Now, I use corpora for all these three things. Now, bear in mind that I teach first-year students at the Faculty of Teacher Education. So these are students that have passed their Matura exam. So this is an advanced level of English. But those of you who work in high schools, you can use corpora to, for instance, design class materials and tests. So whenever you're designing a test, you can find examples of, I don't know, grammatical constructions and so on. You can use it to correct students' written works. So this is what I do all the time. If a student uses a grammatical construction or a collocation that I'm not familiar with, I always check it in a corpus. And then very often I'm surprised and I go, oh, okay, this is how you say it. And finally, I also use a corpus when I'm doing any kind of writing. So for instance, last year I was writing an application and I wanted to say, in this way, I will get knowledge about something, but I didn't want to use the word get. And I thought you said obtain knowledge, but then I checked it in a corpus and you don't say obtain knowledge. Apparently you say acquire knowledge. So there you go. That is why my goal today is to show you how you can use a corpus. I will show you one free tool, which is called Sketch Engine for Language Learning, or SKEL for short, and it's a 1 billion word corpus. So my talk will be in two parts. In the first part, I'll tell you very briefly, I'll tell you very briefly about the usage-based approach to language and the advantages of using corpora and language pedagogy in general. And then the second part, I will show you how you can use SKEL, so Sketch Engine for Language Learning. More specifically, I'll show you how to find examples, collocations, how to study lexicogrammatical patterns, how to find information on the figurative use of words, and finally, how to find similar words. Okay, so let's get started. First, I'll tell you a little bit about the usage-based approach to language. Well, generally speaking, in corpus linguistics, the idea is that any description of language should be based on real language data rather than on made-up examples. And language study, excuse me, should be based on actual instances of language use in whole texts and not isolated sentences. Unfortunately, isolated sentences have been the norm for a very long time, and sometimes they still are. Now, one of the key questions that arise here is, well, why can't I just ask a native speaker about something? Well, it has been proven that the intuition of the native speaker is not a reliable guide to language use. So what does that mean? More specifically, speakers' intuitions cannot provide evidence of how frequent a word is, what words it collocates with, and what types of texts it is used in. So I'll give you an example that I came across while I was watching a British talk show. So this is the example that will show you the difference between native speaker intuition and corpus data. So there were two guests at a British talk show, and they were discussing the word akimbo. Akimbo means with your limbs wide apart. So this is how the conversation went. A said, "You can only have legs akimbo. Arms akimbo. Can you have arms akimbo?" "For sure." "Oh, I thought it was just legs akimbo." So that's native speaker intuition. And then I checked both constructions in a corpus of English, so both legs akimbo and arms akimbo. And what I found is the following. So corpus data shows that you can have arms akimbo. And in fact, arms akimbo is more frequent than legs akimbo. And most corpus-based dictionaries, the ones that I told you about earlier, so online dictionaries, actually list only arms akimbo or with arms akimbo. I think Longman Dictionary is the only one that lists legs akimbo. So this shows you that native speaker intuition is actually not a reliable guide to language use. And now we come to a question that I'm sure that your students often ask you. So this is my experience. And the question is, can you say something in English, right? But as Thomas observes, you can say anything. And he suggests that instead, we should ask the question, do you say something in English? So now I'll give you two examples from my own teaching experience. Again, remember, these are first-year university students, and the level of English is B2. Okay, So we know that the common collocation is to commit a crime, meaning do something illegal, as in the old woman had committed a crime. But I often hear my students say, do a crime. So I thought, okay, do you say do a crime? And I checked it in a corpus of English. This corpus is humongous. So it's called N1013. It contains 19.6 billion words. And in this huge corpus, I found that there are more than 15,000 examples of commit a crime, but there are 232 examples of do a crime. So here is an example: allowing anyone to do a crime without any punishment is what may be the problem here. So in other words, corpus data shows that commit a crime is actually a more typical collocation, but do a crime is just fine, yeah. Meaning I will not correct my students who say do a crime, yeah. Okay, here is the second example. My students have to describe the plot of a book as part of their course. And when they do that, I mean, I would normally say the book is about something, but my students typically say the book talks about something or the book tells about something. And then my question was, really? Do you say that? Okay, let me check it. And corpus, again, it's N1013. And this is what I got. The book is about something. 2,598 examples. The book talks about something, 258 examples. The book tells about something, 23 examples, yeah? So here are some examples from the corpus. The book talks about finding joy in love, and the book tells about his risky adventures all over the world. Again, judging from corpus data, the book is about is the most typical construction, but the other two are also fine. And again, that means I won't correct a student when they say the book talks about something or the book tells about something, even though these are, shall we call them, less typical constructions. Okay, so that was the usage-based approach to language. And now let me just highlight a few advantages of using corpora in language pedagogy. Well, first of all, corpora contain many different types of texts. For instance, news, fiction, academic writing, blogs, conversations, etc. Thankfully, English corpora always contains spoken language. A major advantage of using a corpus are frequency counts, and this is what I have just shown you. A corpus can give you data on how frequent a word or construction is. And finally, corpus shows characteristic word combinations and grammatical patterns, and this is something that I will show you a little bit later. Just a second. All right. So once again, if you're still wondering whether you should ask a native speaker about language use or use a corpus, if you ask a native speaker about language use, about a word or a location or whatever, what you will get is information about that particular person's idiolect. You will get information about what they know or what they use, yeah? But corpora reflect the ways in which a large number of people use the language. In addition, corpora show the typical choices that language users make, and they will also show you which language choices are less typical, or shall we say more idiosyncratic. Okay, so now I will tell you very briefly something about the sketch engine. So this is a state-of-the-art software. It's an online tool which contains 600 corpora in more than 90 languages, including Croatian, right? And it might interest you to know that Sketch Engine is used by all the major publishers of dictionaries and reference books for English as a foreign language: Macmillan, Oxford University Press, Merriam-Webster, Collins, and Cambridge University Press. So they're all really up to date. And the tool that I'm going to show you now is called SKEL, so Sketch Engine for Language Learning. It's a free, simplified interface of Sketch Engine for students and teachers of English. And the English corpus for SKEL contains over 1 billion words, so it's really large. It includes news, academic papers, Wikipedia articles, web pages, discussion forums, blogs, etc. So there are many different types of texts, and there's written and spoken language, if I'm not mistaken. All right, SKEL has 3 key features that you might use as EFL teachers. First, it gives you examples. So there are up to 40 example sentences containing the search word or phrase. Secondly, it has what is called word sketch in Croatian, skica riječi. So it's a summary of a word's grammatical and collocational behavior. So if you want to find out what lexical items a word typically occurs with, or in what constructions a word typically occurs with, this is the tool to use. And SKEL also gives you similar words. What is important to note is that this is an automatically generated list that is produced based on the context in which the words appear in the corpus. So it's not a human that's doing it. So these words appear in similar contexts, and that's why they're called similar words. All right, now let's get to the nitty-gritty. Let me put the oh, no, I can't put it in the chat. Just a second, please. Let me copy the, I'll copy it and then I'll put it in the chat. There we go. So this is the Sketch Engine. All right. And let's see. So first of all, if you go to the to your web browser and type in SKEL with a double L, this is what you will get. Yeah, SKEL, Sketch Engine for Language Learning. And then this is the web page that you get. So here is the search box where you type in a word or a phrase that you're looking for. And by the way, if you're interested to find out more about SKEL, you can click on this link here about SKEL, and then you will see what they say. All right, let me tell you 2 important things about searching the SKEL corpus. First of all, the search is case sensitive. So what this means that you will get the same results for Colorado with an uppercase C and the lowercase c. So whatever you do, you'll get the same results. And the second thing is actually even more important, and that is searching for things using the base form or one of the derived forms. What I mean is this. If you search for foot, which is the base form, you will find both foot and feet. On the other hand, if you search for feet, you will only find examples of feet. Okay. So when you search for a certain word or construction in SKEL, you will get up to 40 example sentences containing this word or phrase, and you will always get the same examples. That's why corpora are reliable, because their results are consistent. Yeah. All right. So let's have a look at the word teacher in SKEL, shall we? So when you start typing a word or a phrase, you will get 3 options: examples, word sketch, and similar words. And this is looking for the word teacher in examples. Okay, let me switch to SKEL. So this is what it looks like, yeah? Okay, so when I start typing in teacher, you can click on examples or simply click enter. And then you will get 40 examples. And please note that you get teacher, singular, and also teachers, plural, yeah? As in, it is off while teachers enter grades. On the other hand, if you type in teachers and click, you will just get the plural form, teachers, right? So public school teachers, approximately 15 teachers. Can teachers help students find authentic happiness? And so on. Okay. Let me show you a construction. If I know, please note that I spell I with a lowercase I, but I will still get it. So if you type in if I know, you'll get both that, as in a classy operation if I know one, but you will also get if I knew. On the other hand, if you type if I knew, you will just get if I knew. Yeah. So depending on what you're looking for. As I said earlier, one of the major advantages of using a corpus is frequency counts. So let's have a look at two words, the first of which is teacher. So here in Scale, you will always get a frequency count. So teacher appears, so there are 116 hits per million. This is a large number. This means that the word teacher is very frequent, right? And by the way, if you look at, let's say, a Collins online English dictionary, and also Macmillan, they have like a star system, stars or circles that show you how frequent a word is. So teacher, for example, in Collins English Dictionary has 5 circles, which means that it's very frequent. On the other hand, if you type in adult, you will see that it has very low frequency, actually, especially in relation to teacher. So this means that this word is relatively infrequent in English. And by the way, I checked it in Collins Dictionary and it has only 1 circle, so it means that it's relatively infrequent. Okay. So this is how you search for examples. And now let me tell you, or let me show you rather, how you can search for collocations. So first of all, just to refresh your memory, collocations are words that are often used together, yeah, that typically occur together, such as make a decision, yeah. And let me reiterate, speakers' intuitions cannot provide evidence of what lexical items a word frequently collocates with. So only a corpus can tell you that. Right. Now, very often, in my experience, teachers say to students, oh no, that's incorrect. You don't say that, or this is the wrong collocation or something. But as Mona Baker argues, statements about collocations should be made in terms of what is typical and less typical, rather than what is admissible or inadmissible, right? So as I showed you earlier, do a crime is less typical than commit a crime, but it doesn't mean that it's incorrect or the book talks about something, yeah? Here is another example. Compulsive gambler is a common collocation. Heavy gambler is not, but it is possible. So I checked both in a large corpus of English, by the way. It's called Enton 1020. It has 38 billion words. And to my knowledge, it's the biggest corpus there is out there for English. So a compulsive gambler, a lot of examples, almost 3,000 examples. A heavy gambler, 157 examples, yeah? So this shows you that compulsive gambler is a typical collocation or a common collocation. Heavy gambler is a less typical collocation, but it is admissible, it is okay. In other words, there is no such thing as an impossible collocation, yeah? So words attract new collocates all the time, and if they're used a lot, they become conventionalized, and again, it's a corpus that can tell you what is happening. Let me tell you briefly about the importance of corpus data in studying collocations. So why is it important to use corpus data? Well, first, it can show you the different meanings of a word. It can show you the difference between literal and figurative meanings, and it can show you the difference between synonyms. So let's have a look at each in turn. So firstly, different meanings of a word are expressed through different collocations. A case in point is the adjective sick. So it has two meanings, vomiting or wanting to vomit, and the other is suffering from an illness or medical condition. And when you look at the adverbs that are used with sick, more specifically adverbs that modify sick, clearly there is a difference between these two meanings of sick. So when sick means vomiting or wanting to vomit, it is used with adverbs such as horribly or violently. And if it means suffering from an illness or medical condition, it is used with different adverbs such as chronically, mentally, terminally, etc. Secondly, why is corpus data important when studying collocations? Well, a word's collocational behavior can show the difference between its literal and figurative meanings. One such case is the noun gap. So Rosamund Moon conducted a study of the collocates of gap in a corpus of English. As you can see, it was many, many years ago. And she found that when the gap is used literally to mean a space or opening, then it is typically used with words such as mountains or teeth. A gap in the mountains, have a gap between your teeth, yeah? But when it's used figuratively to mean a big difference between two situations or groups of people, then it is used with different words. So it has different collocates. And its typical collocates are widen, bridge a gap, and also it's used with modifiers such as generation gap, gender gap, age gap, etc. And the third reason why corpus data is important in studying collocations is that collocations can show the difference between synonyms. So let's have a look at little and small. I checked them in Scale, Sketch Engine for Language Learning. I look at their collocates, and this is what I found. So both little and small are used with nouns that refer to children, and then this is where they mean young, yeah? So little boy, little girl, little kids, small children. And that's what they have in common, but then there are other collocates that are different. So little is typically used with nouns such as time and money to mean an extremely small amount of something. And on the other hand, small is used with nouns such as town and group, meaning not large in size, and nouns such as number and amount, and then it means a small number, a small amount of something, or not large in amount of. Okay, so now let me show you just two examples of how you can use word sketch, skizza riječi in Scale, which is a summary of a word's grammatical and collocational behavior. So let's have a look at the word teacher again. Yeah, this time when you type in teacher, you click on the second option, which is word sketch. And then what you get are columns where a certain construction shows you the most typical collocates. By the way, the collocations that you get are the most common collocations, not the most frequent ones, but rather what is typical. So if you look at these two columns, you've got modifiers of teach. So typically you've got teachers, you've got school teacher, classroom teachers, an English teacher, something that is of interest to us, head teacher, etc. And in the other column, in the right-hand column, you've got nouns that are modified by teacher. So teachers' unions, teachers' salaries, teacher training college, etc., etc. Okay, let me show you how this works in Scale. There we go. Okay, so this time, teacher, but I will click on word sketch. So you get these columns with the word teacher. Let's have a look at adjectives. No, let's have a look at modifiers of teacher. If you click on any of these words, you will get examples. So let's have a look at an English teacher. So there you go. I'm a primary English teacher in Thailand. I was an expat English teacher. I myself was lucky to have had a few excellent English teachers, etc., etc. So this is how you do. All right. Let me go back to my presentation. And the second example that I'm going to give you is that of research, the noun research. So the question is, which of these verbs have research as object? And you've got conduct, do, make, perform. So you click on research in Word Sketch. And what you get is when you look at verbs with research as object, you will find that you conduct, do, and perform research, but you do not make research, right? And again, if you click on any of these words, you will get examples. So here you will get examples of conduct research in different grammatical constructions and so on. Now, it might interest you to know that the Word Sketch tool was the main source for identifying collocations for the Macmillan Collocations Dictionary. And by the way, I highly recommend Macmillan Collocations Dictionary. So if you don't want to bother searching for collocations in the corpus, Macmillan Collocations Dictionary is the thing to use. So here is the example of research in Macmillan Collocations Dictionary. And here they've got verbs frequently used with research. And they're grouped according to meaning. So this first group means do research, yeah? And then you've got verbs such as carry out, conduct, do, perform, pursue, and undertake, yeah? So this is it. All right, so we had a look at collocations, and now let's have a look at lexicogrammatical patterns. So when it comes to studying lexicogrammatical patterns or grammatical patterns, if you like, very often proficiency for second language learners equates with accuracy. So we think that our students should always say things very accurately and use grammatical constructions accurately. However, this is a common misperception. Instead, we should describe the typical choices that language users make. And of course, corpus data can tell us which language choices are widespread. So again, if you ask a native speaker about a certain grammatical construction, you will find out what they use and what they know. But if you look at corpus data, you will find out how a lot of people use a particular grammatical construction. Now, the reason why I'm using lexicogrammatical patterns is the following. Corpus data are useful in studying grammar because they identify patterns of use, and patterns characterize how a large number of people use the language. But corpus data shows not only grammatical constructions, but these lexicogrammatical patterns, which means that these are lexical items that tend to occur with a particular grammatical structure. What this means is that when speakers of English use their language, they combine their knowledge of the vocabulary and grammar, and that's why these are called lexicogrammatical patterns. Therefore, the traditional separation between grammar and vocabulary is artificial. Now, at the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned corpus-based grammars, and now I'm going to give you some examples from Longman Student Grammar of Spoken and Written English by Byberg, Conrad, and Leach. So this is a grammar that is based on a large corpus, that's Longman's corpus, and it is a descriptive grammar. So it just tells you what people use. It doesn't prescribe what you should use. So the first example that I'm going to give you is relativizer choices. So what kind of information this grammar provides. So they give you information on relativizer choices, that is WH pronouns, that and zero. For instance, the girl who I saw, the girl that I saw, and the girl I saw. And the grammar shows that the relative pronouns are used in very different ways across registers, meaning there's a difference between written and spoken language and between different written registers. So what they show is that and zero, the girl that I saw, the girl I saw, or the town that I visited, are the preferred choices in conversation. So when people speak, they typically use that and zero. On the other hand, in writing, especially in the news, news shows a much stronger preference for which and who. So when you read a newspaper, which and who are the norm, shall we say, and journalists write the town which they visited, and so on and so forth. So this is something that we know intuitively, but corpus data show this. And I can see a question in the chat. Yes, there are corpora of spoken language, definitely in the sketch engine. Yes. All right. The second example that I would like to show you is something that London student grammar is unique. It's unique in that respect, and it has a whole chapter that is called the grammar of conversation. So they show you that conversational grammar contains a lot of informal and non-standard usage. And this is something that I feel really strongly about. So, for instance, the example that they give is that in conversation, adjective forms are often used as adverbs. So here are the examples. The big one went so slow. It's running good now. She's a real nice girl rather than a really nice girl. From a prescriptive point of view, these are adjective forms, and their use as adverbs is classified as non-standard. However, in conversation, such uses are not unusual. In fact, corpus data shows that American English conversation frequently uses real to modify adjectives. So they say things like real good, real nice, real hard. So what this means is that if your students speak and say something to the effect of, oh, she's real nice, it was real hard, and so on, this is fine because that's speech, yeah? On the other hand, when they're writing, they should be encouraged to use adverbs such as go slowly, she's really nice, run well, etc. All right, let me show you very quickly an example of lexicogrammatical pattern in Skell. I will give you some selected examples from Skell. So the question is, what grammatical patterns are associated with the different meanings of the verb admit? And I've got three meanings here, not all of them. One, to agree unwillingly that something is true. Two, to take someone into hospital for medical treatment. And three, to allow someone to become a member of an organization. So if you were to search for admit in Skell, you would start typing admit, click on examples, and then you get 40 examples of admit. So here are the selected examples from Skell, and I'll just read them out loud. So Fletcher admitted team selection had been hard. The first patient was admitted 6 days later. About 15 students are generally admitted each year. He admitted being nervous before the show. The couple admits to being big fossil fuel users. She was immediately admitted and began undergoing medical treatment, and students are admitted after completing 10 plus 2. So the question was, what different grammatical patterns are associated with the different meanings of admit? And here they are. So to admit unwillingly that something is true, that's the green ones, yeah? The pink ones are to be taken into hospital for medical treatment, and the blue ones are to become a member of an organization. Now let's have a look at the nitty-gritty, shall we say. So to agree unwillingly that something is true, the patterns are admit that and admit doing something or admit to doing something. So Fletcher admitted team selection had been hard. He admitted being nervous. The couple admits to being something. Okay. When it comes to taking someone into hospital for medical treatment, actually the most typical construction is the passive voice, to be admitted. Yeah, the first patient was admitted. She was immediately admitted. And finally, to allow someone to become a member of an organization, again, the passive voice is the most typical construction. So 15 students are admitted, etc. Of course, when the grammatical subject is the institution, such as the university or the school or whatever, then of course the active voice is used. Alrighty, so that was grammar. And now I will tell you a little bit about studying figurative language in corpora. That is what the corpus can tell you about figurative language. So the basis for this part of the presentation are Alice Dagnan's studies. So she conducted a number of corpus-based studies of metaphor in English. And her studies show two important things. One, there are formal differences between literal and metaphorical uses of the same words. And two, many metaphorical uses are restricted grammatically, meaning when a word is used metaphorically, it typically occurs in, let's say, semi-fixed constructions. Okay, let me show you what I mean. So the first finding of her studies, of Dagnan's studies, was that there are formal differences between literal and metaphorical uses of the same words. Here is an example. So she found that when a word referring to an animal is used metaphorically to describe human characteristics of behavior, it often takes the form of a verb. So typically words like pig, rat, squirrel, etc., nouns. But when they're used metaphorically, they're often verbs. So pig out, eat an extremely large amount of food, rat on someone, betray them, squirrel away, put something away in a secret place, especially one. And speaking of squirrel away, so Dagnan's studies show that when squirrel is used literally, it is only a noun. When it is used metaphorically, it is only a verb. So there you go. These are the formal differences between literal and metaphorical uses. The second finding of her studies was that metaphorical uses are restricted grammatically. And here is an example, and that is the plural form of rocks, yeah? Rocks tends to appear with a metaphorical meaning only in the expressions hit the rocks and be on the rocks. So these are semi-fixed expressions. Some people call them idioms, yeah? So when rocks is used literally, it appears in all sorts of grammatical constructions, but metaphorical, when it's used metaphorically, it only appears in hit the rocks and be on the rocks. Okay, let me give you two examples of studying the figurative use of words in Skell. So the first example is the word sketch of the verb blossom, and we'll have a look at its grammatical subjects. The question is, which meaning, literal or metaphorical, is more common? The literal meaning of the verb blossom is to produce flowers, and the metaphorical meaning is to develop and become more successful. So let me show you. Here is Skell again. All right, blossom. This time I'm going to type word sketch. It's a noun, but I have to click here to see the verb. And here are the subjects of blossom. As you can see, there are 4 words: romance, flowers, career, and relationship. So corpus data clearly shows that it is the metaphorical meaning that is more common, yeah? Romance blossomed, career blossomed, relationship blossomed, okay? Let me go back to my presentation. So the metaphorical meaning is more common, which is to develop and become more successful. And by the way, I looked up the verb blossom in Macmillan Dictionary, and I found that they list the metaphorical meaning first. So that is to develop and become more successful, and the literal meaning is listed second. And I'm guessing that's because they have corpus data. The second example is the word sketch of the verb wolf. And the question is, what grammatical pattern does its metaphorical meaning take? So I'll switch to word sketch again. Let's have a look at wolf. So wolf in word sketch. But again, I need to click on verb. And here we go, wolf down. Okay, and then if you click here, you will get examples, yeah? All right, so let me go back to the presentation. So the grammatical pattern of wolf used metaphorically is to wolf down, eat something very quickly, as in how much candy will be wolfed down on Halloween? All right, and finally, I will show you how to find similar words in Skell. So once again, Skell provides an automatically generated list of similar words, and it is produced based on the context in which the words appear in the corpus. So they have a thesaurus of sort, and the thesaurus tries to find words which tend to combine with the same words as the search word. And when you get the examples, you will get a list of words, but you will also get a word cloud. So the words in the center are the most similar, and the size indicates how frequent the word is. So I'll show you 3 examples: the noun holiday, and then shout, both the noun and the verb. Alrighty, let me go back to Skel. So holiday, yeah, similar words. You click here, and this is what you get. So here you get a list of these similar words. You can click and find a word sketch of each word. And as you can see, the word cloud, the most similar words are trip, vacation, weekend, because they're closer to the center. And there is one interesting thing that I found out about holiday when it comes to similar words, and that is, I looked at the word sketch of festival. So I clicked on festival in holiday in the similar words, and I found that typically holiday appears with festival in the construction festivals and holidays. And then I looked up the definition of festival in Macmillan Dictionary, and I found that, among other things, it means a day or period when there is a public holiday, often to celebrate a religious event. So that's why festival and holiday are were generated as similar words. Okay, let me go back to Skel and show you shout. So shout in similar words. This is the noun, yeah. The most similar words are a cheer, a scream, a roar, a cry. But if you click on the verb, you will get a different picture, which is to yell, to scream, but also to cry, to laugh, and then even to complain, etc., etc. All right, so now I will conclude. So the question is, why use corpora in English language teaching? So I've shown you that they contain many different types of texts. They show how a large number of people use language, so forget your individual native speaker. And they also show characteristic word combinations and common lexical grammatical patterns. The tool to use, in my opinion, is Skel. So it's a free tool for learners and teachers of English. I use it all the time. It's really useful. And you can use Skel to check the meanings and use of words, phrases, and grammatical structure. And as I said earlier, especially if you work in high school, you can use it for your tests and to check students' written works. By using corpora in ELT, teachers provide students with real examples of language use, which is in line with a data-driven learning approach. And since the topic of this conference is skills necessary for the 21st century teacher, I strongly believe, and I can tell you from a personal experience, that using a corpus in English language teaching is indeed a skill for the 21st century teacher. Okay, here are the references. Thank you very much. And I will send Jelena the presentation so that you have it. And now we can talk in English or in Croatian, whichever you prefer.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yes, now it's Q&A time. We have some 10-15 minutes, and let me check the chat. Thank you. Okay, let's just concentrate on the questions, please.
If I can just, while you're checking the chat box, I would just like to privatize this a little bit and say hi to Jelena. It's nice to see you after such a long time. There was a question about the Glosby Dictionary.
Yeah, Glosby
in your
Dictionary.
opinion.
Yeah, well, I use the Glosby Dictionary just to check, maybe just to get an idea of what it might be in Croatian, or if I'm looking for a word in English, just to check what it might be in English, to get me an idea. But then I always turn to monolingual English dictionaries such as Macmillan, Collins, and so on. Yeah, but as a starting point, sure, why not?
Well, thank you. These are mostly congratulations on the presentation.
Okay.
Very interesting. This was really interesting and useful. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Pronunciation and topic covered. Really enjoyed it.
There was a question, is there a pronunciation difference?
Right.
But
I was just about to read this. Is there a pronunciation difference?
In a corpus? No. You can look it up in dictionaries, for example. All the online dictionaries give you both American and British pronunciation. Merriam-Webster gives you only American pronunciation, yeah, but in a corpus, no, I'm afraid not. It's all written, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you ever so much. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. It was great. Thank you. Very useful. Thank you. You always prepare interesting things for us. Mm-hmm. Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
How long does it take you to prepare for using this? Yeah, does it take a lot of time, or
for using a corpus?
Yeah.
Not very long. I mean, Scale and Sketch Engine in general is very user friendly. It really is. So you don't need to have any, advanced skills. So it really, you can get the hang of it pretty quickly. It's just that, practice makes perfect. It's important to use it. I mean, the more you use it, the more skilled you become. That was in my case, yeah. So sometimes when I didn't use a corpus for a long time, I would forget. And then I would go, okay, how do I search for this? But then I get into it pretty quickly, yeah. It's just important to use it all the time, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Konich says, this is the best information I have received since my graduation. I find this presentation in corpora in general very useful. Now I know where to find the meanings of all the collocations I hear every day. Thank you, very useful. I think it would be a good idea to teach some of our students to use it. Is Scale a free tool for everyone?
Yeah, it's absolutely free. So you just go online, it's free. There is no registration, nothing. You can just use it. And in fact, I use it with my students. I give them exercises and then I give my students exercises. For example, the one that I showed you with research. So I say, okay, which of these verbs are used with research as object? Conduct, do, perform, undertake. And then they look it up in Scale and look at the word sketch, and then they tell me, yeah. Or I give them selected examples from a corpus, from Scale, just like I showed you, admit. And then I had jam, I had foot, and so on. And then I tell them, okay, look at these examples and please tell me which grammatical constructions admit is used in, and so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely. So if you have high school students, you can do it with them.
Okay, good. Well, I'd say that if there are no more questions, then we will take a break now. Just a few minutes before we actually thought, but that's totally fine. We'll take a break until 12:30, when Miss Letica Krevelj will have her presentation. So you can take a break and have a snack or coffee or something, but please be back by 12:30 when Miss Letica Krevelj will continue. Dear Jelena, thank you once again. It's always interesting and useful. Even last year it was so. So thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day, and hopefully you can follow through with some other presentations as well. Sure. Happy Easter.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Happy Easter, and I will see you after the break.
Okay, good. See you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you at 12:30. Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
feeling, breathing, riding, coming, you're feeling, freezing, walking, taking, breaking, breathe me, riding. Breathe me, breathing, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathing, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathing, breathe me, riding. You say I'm only, love me when you're lonely. I'll wait and I'll do. Will you go? Won't you stay? I'll please, summer breeze, gentle sins, but I won't tease. Is it okay if I wait tomorrow soon? I hear you, you don't talk, you don't want, you run away, but it's okay. But it's okay. Breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding. Breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding. You say I'm only, love me when you're lonely. I'll wait and I'll take. Will you go? Won't you stay? I'll please, summer breeze, gentle sins, but I won't tease. Is it okay if I wait tomorrow soon? I hear you, you don't walk, you don't talk, you run away, but it's okay. But it's okay. Breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding, breathe me, breathe in, breathe me, riding.
The word is about, there's something evolving. Whatever may come, the world keeps revolving. They say the next big thing is here, that the revolution's near. But to me it seems quite clear that it's all just a little bit of history repeating. Newspapers shout, a new style is growing, but it don't know if it's coming or going. There is fashion, there is fact, some is good, pain, feel the joy, and sidestep the little bits of history repeating.
Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. We lose our voice more each year, maybe we won't breathe soon. Is there cancer in the throat? No stress. Maybe it's supposed to kill the success, because success needs killing. Murder is media, false laugh, forged autograph. First my body, now my corpse. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. Life is pain, murder is fate, and if you're famous you may get acquitted. If you did it, there's nowhere to run away. Damn you, I hope you pay and finish the day to day. The games we play. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. I'ma stay at home and talk on the telephone. There's nothing in this world I want from you. Don't fool yourself, I won't cry. Too scared to live, too quick to die. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. Don't know how to build stable homes. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. Those men will break your bones, don't know how to build stable homes. the buttons. Standing in line of fire for the war. My soul. Snap chords, beat drums, and sing. Love the children, learn to live with everything.
Evo, dragi naši, 12:30 je sati. Zahvaljujemo našem dežurnom glazbenom uredniku, kolegi Davoru Černiju za glazbeni intermezzo. Thank you very much. I nastavljamo dalje. Imamo sa nama kolegicu Stelu Leticu Krevelj sa Filozofskog fakulteta Sveučilišta u Zagrebu, koja će nam govoriti o kompetencijama koje su uključene u standard zanimanja učitelj, odnosno nastavnik engleskoga jezika. Kolegice Stela, jeste li tu sa nama? Možete li se uključiti videom i zvukom? Dobar dan.
Dobar dan, jel me čujete sad?
Da, čujemo vas. Dobar dan.
Super, ja se ispričavam, bilo je neki smetnji sad na sekundu. Evo, ja zapravo bi sve pozdravila. Kolegi Černi zahvaljujem, meni isto žao što nisam čula Trigger Hippie do kraja, jer nisam davno, ali evo, s obzirom se prebacujemo i na hrvatski, u mom slučaju današnjeg predavanja možda je opet neki intermezzo u tom smislu. Evo, hvala još jednom, ja moram priznati da sam impresionirana brojem, nikad u životu nisam govorila pred ovoliko ljudi, pa taman da nas me slušaju na trećinu uha, tako da zapravo ću se potruditi opravdati ovoliku pažnju i današnjim izlaganjem o nečemu što je na prvu možda malo suhoparno, ali nadam se interesa svima nama. Evo, ja ću krenuti s prezentacijom, samo sekundicu, evo samo me uputite da li je sve u redu, da li vidite. Jel vidite ekran?
Evo, pali se.
Da, nešto je sporo.
Evo sad će.
Čekamo.
Još uvijek se ne prikazuje?
Ne još.
Da, ne znam. Meni prikazuje normalno, ali mi prikazuje da vrti nešto. Ja sam na fakultetu.
I piše has started screen sharing, znači čekamo vjerojatno još.
Možda da pokušate prekinuti pa još jednom pokrenuti.
Da, to bi bilo možda pametno.
Može, ok. To mi je logičnije.
Da, pa ja samo naznačim i ono je meni.
Ok, može.
Smo do 12.
A sad samo još jedan put, ja sam vam
Mislim da smo izgubili kolegicu Stelu na trenutak. Idemo ju pričekali malo. Očito FFZG ima danas problema.
A to su
Obrazovanje.
Not yet. Still waiting. That's a shame.
Ovaj sa školski.
Da, izgleda da je kolegica Krevelj izašla iz sastanka. Vjerojatno će se ponovo spojiti.
Evo je, sad se spaja.
Spaja se, da. Evo trenutak strpljenja. Nadamo se da će sada veza biti bolja.
Možeš joj dati opet ove co-host oblasti?
Da, hoću.
Da može uključiti mikrofon.
Da, evo ga, jesam. Evo kolegica Stela, možete ponovo pokušati.
Ja se ispričavam, sve se srušilo tu. Dakle, i kompjuter i
vidimo.
sve.
Vidimo sada.
Sad vidite?
Da.
Izvrsno. Izvrsno. Evo, ja ću onda morat malo ubrzati da zapravo nadoknadim ovo malo vremena. Ja se ispričavam. Dakle, evo, moj cilj danas je zapravo bio upoznati što veću javnost, veći broj javnosti, zapravo i onih najvažnijih, a to je učitelja i nastavnika engleskog jezika, s onim što smo izrađivali, dakle, a to je standard zanimanja u okviru Hrvatskog kvalifikacijskog okvira. Ono što je važno u ovoj prezentaciji, dakle, ja ću pokušati zaista proći kroz sve aspekte tog standarda koji smo izradili i ono što bi volila s vaše strane isto tako nekakav feedback, nekakve komentare, sugestije i tako dalje, što je uvijek jako dobro došlo. Dakle, samo za one koji zapravo nisu upoznati možda s onim što se izrađivalo i što se još uvijek je u procesu izrade, a to je šta je to HKO i kakav je to zapravo standard koji se u okviru njega izrađuje. Pa dakle, samo na brzinu, Hrvatski kvalifikacijski okvir je taj reformski instrument u kojem je cilj uređenje sustava kvalifikacije na svim obrazovnim razinama kroz te izradu određenih standarda i standarda zanimanja i standarda kvalifikacija koji se načelno temelje na ishodima učenja. To je jedno, dakle, osnovno polazište, a da su istovremeno usklađene s potrebama tržišta rada, pojedinca i društva u cjelini. Dakle, ovo je jedna službena definicija HKO-a. Otkud je ona došla i zašto je ovo sad nama došlo? Zapravo, ideja je bila i potreba tog Hrvatskog kvalifikacijskog okvira da se naše obrazovanje u Hrvatskoj uskladi s potrebama tržišta rada. S jedne strane, ako to gledamo iz naše perspektive nastavnika engleskog jezika, da onda zaista na svim razinama obrazovanja, a posebice visokog obrazovanja koje u konačnici obrazuje nastavnike i učitelje engleskog jezika, da bude usklađen sa onim što takvom profilu zapravo radnika treba. Druga ideja je prepoznatljivost tih diploma diljem Europske unije kao preduvjet za mobilnost, da se uključimo zaista u radnu mobilnost u okviru Europske unije, tako da kad jednom naš student koji završi fakultet i stekne određenu kvalifikaciju, odnosno stekne uvjete za obavljanje određenog zanimanja, da ta diploma bude prepoznatljiva i da se može odrediti u okviru drugih kvalifikacija stečenih na drugim sveučilištima ili u drugim državama. Isto tako radi se jedna od potreba i priznavanje kompetencija stečenih izvan formalnog obrazovanja. To je nešto možda novo i svima nama zapravo u jednom trenutku, ja mislim, uvijek dobro došlo, a to je da, dakle, kao što vidite po toj trećoj potrebi je činjenica da nam sve više se kreće prema tom da čovjek ne stječe nužno sve svoje kompetencije unutar formalnog obrazovanja, već da su te kompetencije postoje i izvan formalnog obrazovanja i da se prepoznaje potreba da se one na neki način vrednuju u konačnici kao nekome za procjena sposobnosti za obavljanje određenog zanimanja. Samo kao prikaz da vidite ovo što sam rekla pod drugo, prepoznatljivost tih diploma. Ovo vam je jedna usporedba iz Hrvatskog kvalifikacijskog okvira kad se prikazuje taj instrument uspostave razina kvalifikacija u različitim državama. S lijeve strane, s lijeve strane je Hrvatski kvalifikacijski okvir, a s druge ovdje je primjer zemlje, ne znam koja je bila kao primjer, čak Švedska, neka skandinavska zemlja, u kojoj vam pokazuje, a u sredini je Europski kvalifikacijski okvir koji pokazuje sutra određenu razinu obrazovanja, kako ona korespondira sa razinom obrazovanja neke druge zemlje. Kao što možete vidjeti, na primjer, naša razina 7.2, odnosno 7.1, koji je poslijediplomski studij, odgovara ne nužno uvijek istoj razini u drugim zemljama i konačnici će se ovo moći razlikovati na neki način koje su to kvalifikacije koja određena država nudi. Dakle, ono što je najvažnije i najnovije, ja bih rekla napokon, to je da pristupamo ovome bilo kakvom izradi standarda iz perspektive kompetencija. Znači, to se zato i naziva kompetencijski pristup obrazovanju i osposobljavanju. Znači, radi se o tome da se planiranje, izvođenje i vrednovanje učenja obavlja prema ishodima, odnosno kompetencijama koje se trebaju steći, a da se, dakle, prvi put na taj način zaista krećemo od početka u definiranju određenih, recimo, obrazovnih programa, umjesto prema ulaznim kriterijima, odnosno prema sadržaju obrazovnog programa. Ovaj put se kreće i očekivanim ishodima šta jedna osoba treba znati da bi mogla obavljati određeni posao, a ne možda sadržaj određene kolegije, ako je to na razini fakulteta, koje mi mislimo da trebaju biti u ponudi određenog studijskog programa. Dakle, načelno kako to izgleda na ovoj razini i kako je povezano, dakle, svako radno mjesto, ako krenemo od zanimanja, dakle, skupo nekog poslova, svako zanimanje može dakle vodi to različitim radnim mjestima, a s druge strane ta srodna zanimanja, odnosno skup poslovima koji imaju taj visoki stupanj sličnosti zajedno spadaju pod jednu kvalifikaciju. Načelno za zanimanje učitelja ili nastavnika engleskog jezika govorimo o nekakvoj kvalifikaciji ili nekog magistra ili dakle mogu postojati različite kvalifikacije koje se zapravo vode različitom zanimanju i one su načelno u ovom hrvatskom kvalifikacijskom okviru spojene. Način na koji su spojene je sljedeće i kako se je zamišljena primjena HKO-a u Hrvatskoj vam pokazuju ova tri, ispričavam se, trebalo biti 1, 2 i 3, dakle tri koraka, a to je da se prvo izrađuje standard zanimanja koji se temelji na analizama sadašnjih i budućih potreba tržišta rada u određenom sektoru i zanimanju. I na osnovu toga se izrađuje standard kvalifikacija, odnosno skupova ishoda učenja koji su povezani sa tim standardima zanimanja. I standard kvalifikacija je načelno su skupovi ishoda učenja koji osposobljavaju u konačnici osobu da obavlja određeno zanimanje. I treći korak je zapravo u našem slučaju na fakultetima izrada, odnosno prilagodba studijskih programa novim standardima kvalifikacije koji su izrađeni na bazi ovih standarda zanimanja u kojima se analizirala sadašnje potrebe, konkretno u ovom slučaju nastavnika engleskog i učitelja na engleskog jezika. Dakle, evo, ja ću zapravo, to je nekakav okvir, po mom mišljenju jako dobra napokon jedna pozitivan pomak u kojem se zaista kreće od ključnih potreba na tržištu rada i stvarnih potreba učitelja i nastavnika engleskog jezika, odnosno onih ključnih poslova koje oni obavljaju svaki dan u svom zanimanju. Dakle, ja se nikad nisam bavila konkretno kompetencijama nastavnika kao moj nekim užim interesom, a međutim ovo sad već 2,5 godine se bavim jako intenzivno upravo ovom temom i u onom trenutku kad su mi to predstavili da je nešto što trebam raditi, zapravo nisam ni znala s čim se suočavam. Ono što je važno i kako je to došlo ovdje, dakle na Filozofskom fakultetu je pokrenut jedan projekt Izazovi za društvene i humanističke znanosti i unutar kojeg se krenulo u izradu određenih HKO projekata, odnosno različitih zanimanja i kvalifikacija, a među ostalim bilo je nastavničko zanimanje. Tada sam u tom trenutku postavljala pitanja šta je to nastavnik, za koga ja zapravo radim to zanimanje, je li to nastavnik nekakva mitsko biće u smislu učitelj, nastavnik, pojavljaju nam se različite pojavnice, imamo u okviru različitih zakona i podzakona u Hrvatskoj. I onda sam zapravo dobila iz HKO-a i ministarstva da ono što trebamo raditi je nešto što će se zvati učitelj / nastavnik engleskog jezika. U tu svrhu formirali smo stručnu skupinu, evo vidite sudionike, kolegice koje su vrijedno radile jako dugo i jako intenzivno, prvo predpandemijskom, a onda u pandemijskom dobu na ovom standardu zanimanja. Ono što je od nas se prvenstveno tražilo da pokušamo na bazi vlastitih iskustava, svakoga u profesionalnog iskustva, pokušati osmisliti i ocrtati koji bi to bili ključni poslovi kojima su zapravo, koje moraju obavljati učitelji i nastavnici i koji su to zapravo onda i kompetencije koje su njima potrebne. Nakon tog prvog nekog promišljanja, ono što smo trebali testirati u okviru toga bile su ta znanja i vještine koje smo mi identificirali, naša mala skupina, i u to svrhu smo zapravo pozvali 12 sudionika u ovom slučaju, nastavnika engleskog jezika, ravnatelja koji su istovremeno bili i nastavnici ili učitelji engleskog jezika i naš savjetnik. Veliko hvala svima, vidim da su neki tu, to nam je bilo od velike pomoći. Sjedili smo par sati i raspravljali o tome šta znači biti nastavnik danas, koji su to, dakle, još jednom ključni poslovi, koja je razina samostalnosti, koja je razina odgovornosti koju nastavnik ima i koji su problemi s kojima se suočavamo. Ono što je bilo dodatno, što smo mi uključili, što ne zahtijeva načelno metodologija HKO-a, a to je jedna rasprava iz perspektive nastavnika mentora, u smislu koja su to znanja i vještine koje su nedovoljno razvijene kod pripravnika koji dolaze na rad u školi, kako bismo znali kasnije i iz ovog standarda zanimanja biti kvalitetnije se pripremiti za nekakav standard kvalifikacija i obrazovati buduće učitelje i nastavnike. Naravno, naglasak je bio isto tako zašto su upravo ta znanja i vještine važne i tu smo htjeli prikupiti dakle vrlo konstruktivne prijedloge i primjere one prakse zašto određeno znanje i vještina bi bila potrebna, osim da je ona samo nužna za određeno zanimanje. Ja ću vam sad prikazati, dakle, ključne poslove do koje smo došli. Ovo je možda malo preaching to the choir, tako da mislim da nemam tu puno obrazlagati. Vi sami možete vidjeti o čemu se tu radi. Dakle, došli smo do zaključka da postoje 13 nekakvih ključnih poslova u kategoriji koje smo mu podijelili. Naravno, svaka od ovih kategorija bi se mogla razraditi u puno manje, međutim, to je isto jedan dio tog ograničenja HKO-a u smislu koliko, kojih glagola, u kojim okvirima bi se trebalo nešto definirati. Dakle, ključni poslovi koji smo izradili, to su izrada godišnjeg izvedbenog, ispričavam se, to hvali, kurikuluma engleskog jezika, tematsko mjesečno planiranje nastave engleskog jezika, planiranje nastave na razini nastavne jedinice, odabir, prilagodba, izrada didaktičkih materijala i pomagala, samo izvođenje nastave, vrednovanje postignuća, kontinuirano vrednovanje i unapređivanje vlastite nastavne prakse u okviru stručnih usavršavanja, osposobljavanja, akcijskih istraživanja i sl. Obavljanje administrativnih poslova vezanih za specifičnosti ustanove u kojoj osoba radi, rad s učenicima s posebnim potrebama i praćenje provođenja individualiziranih odgojno-obrazovnih planova, sudjelovanje u radu stručnih tijela, povjerenstava, stručnih vijeća, individualizirano komuniciranje s učenicima, roditeljima, organiziranje školskih i izvanškolskih natjecanja s učenicima i organiziranje izvedba izvan učioničke nastave koja je vezana naravno sa sadržajima ili ne nužno engleskog jezika. Dakle, kad smo identificirali te ključne poslove koje smo dobili iz razgovora sa našim ispitanicima, krenuli smo od definiranje kompetencija koje su, odnosno znanja i vještina koje su potrebne za obavljanje svakog od ovog poslova. Naravno, možete zamisliti da su se velikim dijelom u nekim ključnim poslovima te kompetencije preklapale. Međutim, postojale su i specifične kompetencije koje su se pojavljivale sa različitim ključnim poslovima. Mi smo kasnije, dakle, naš zadatak je bio zapravo odrediti sve te kompetencije koje smo prvo grupirali prema ključnim poslovima u skupove kompetencija, da bismo nekako rekli koji su to načelno, kakve to kompetencije jedan nastavnik engleskog treba imati. Pa evo do čeg smo mi došli. Dakle, prvo to su komunikacijske jezične kompetencije u engleskom jeziku. Ja ću od svakom vam dati primjer nekakvih kompetencija pojedinih unutar svake skupine da vidite o čemu se radi, a sad samo da dobijete možda dojam šta je sve danas uključeno u te ključne kompetencije. Dakle, međukulturna kompetencija i društveno-kulturna kompetencije vezane za engleski jezik, kompetencije vezane za usvajanje jezika, kompetencije vezane za poučavanje engleskog jezika, vrednovanje jezične komunikacijske kompetencije u engleskom jeziku. Tu su opće psihološko-pedagoško i didaktičke kompetencije, kompetencije cjeloživotnog obrazovanja, interpersonalne i opće komunikacijske kompetencije, istraživačke kompetencije, informacijsko-komunikacijska tehnologija u nastavi, odnosno kompetencije komunikacijske tehnologije, učenici s posebnim potrebama u nastavi i kompetencije nekog budućeg nastavnika engleskog jezika vezano za rad s učenicima s posebnim potrebama, te kompetencije vezane za rad u obrazovnom sustavu, odnosno školi. Dakle, ono što je proizašlo iz ovoga bio jedan veliki niz kompetencija, kao što sam rekla, opet su se one i međusobno preklapale, međutim ono što je trebalo izraditi je nekakav uži broj, nekakav sveobuhvatniji broj tih sveobuhvatnije definicije tih kompetencija, svesti ih na što manji broj kako bi on bio nekako razumljiviji i bolje prezentiran u samom standardu, a da se on zaista obuhvaća ono što će kasnije biti važno i u izradi standarda kvalifikacija za obrazovanje takvog zanimanja. Ja ću vam sad odmah preći na ove komunikacijske, na svaki primjer, da vidite o čemu se radi. Ponavljat će se znači ovih 13 skupova kompetencija, da vidite samo neke od primjera. Dakle, one su razrađene na puno detaljnije isto tako, međutim u samom standardu su prikazane na malo široj razini. Dakle, komunikacijske jezične kompetencije u engleskom jeziku, smatrali smo da je to naravno ključna sami sadržaj kompetencije koje mora imati nastavnik, i onda vidite da se tu traži određena, da tu smo definirali određena znanja i vještine koje se vežu upravo za jezičnu kompetenciju. U tekstu samom ovih kompetencija vidite da se stalno ponavlja samostalno, dakle jednostavno razina samostalnosti je također bio jedan dio koji smo morali procjenjivati, da li u određenoj kompetenciji osoba treba pomoć nekakvog sustručnjaka ili eventualno ili je samostalno mora imati određena znanja i kompetencije koje samostalno može prenositi dalje. Dakle, u ovom slučaju imamo primijeniti znanja o oblicima, funkciji, elemenata jezičnog sustava i povezanost tih različitih razina jezičnog opisa u svrhu poučavanja engleskog jezika. Isto tako primijeniti komunikacijsku jezičnu kompetenciju usporedivu s razinom C2 0 u svim jezičnim vještinama, samostalno koristiti različite vrste jezičnih varijeteta, samostalno prilagoditi uporabu vlastite jezične kompetencije učenika, na primjer. Dakle, i tako dalje, one se vežu uz samu srž, sami sadržaj koji poučava jedan nastavnik engleskog jezika. Druga bi bila međukulturna kompetencija i društveno-kulturne kompetencije vezane za engleski jezik. To je nešto što vežemo za, dakle, međukulturna kompetencija na razinu C2 0, međutim radi se o konkretnim znanjima, o društveno-kulturnim sličnostima i razlikama između Hrvatske, anglofonih i drugih zemalja istovremeno, te samo vrednovati osobna kulturna razmišljanja i iskustva, objašnjavati poveznice između jezičnih elemenata engleskog jezika i kulture dominantno anglofonih zemalja. Dakle, radi se o jednom možda kulturološkom aspektu i međukulturnoj kompetenciji, što je jedan dosta puno kompleksniji konstrukt o kojem se zapravo vodilo računa isto tako u ovom standardu zanimanja. Nadalje idu kompetencije vezane za usvajanje jezika, a to je opet one koje su vezane direktno za primjenu u samoj nastavi jezika. To je primjenjivati aktivnosti koje zahtijevaju uporabu različitih komunikacijskih strategija učenja jezika, te potiču razvoj metajezičnih znanja, jezične svjesnosti u učenju engleskog. Poznavati spoznaje suvremene o procesu učenja i osvajanja jezika i ulozi u višejezičnom obrazovanju, o kojem ću reći nešto kasnije, samostalno planirati i provoditi aktivnosti koje potiču na integraciju učenika s različitim jezičnim znanjima, s različitim materinskim jezicima u procesu poučavanja. Samostalno prepoznati utjecaj različitih individualnih razlika kod učenika u procesu učenja i pokazatelje jezičnog razvoja kao učenika u različitim vještinama. Onda imamo sljedeću, a to su kompetencije vezane za poučavanje, samo poučavanje engleskog jezika. Naravno, možete zamisliti da smo tu mogli razraditi do beskonačnosti na vrlo detaljne primjere. Međutim, ovdje smo ostali na nekakvoj, ovo što prikazujem, tu je na širini odabrati tematske sadržaje, aktivnosti u skladu s interesima, potrebama, kognitivnim razvojem, jezičnom kompetenciju učenika te složenosti jezičnih struktura, odabrati aktivnost za razvoj međukulturne kompetencije, odrediti i oblikovati izvedive ciljeve, mjerljive ishode nastavnih tema i aktivnosti, planirati broj, trajanje, organizirati slijed nastavnih aktivnosti uvažavajući sve individualne razlike, dob, prethodno jezično znanje i slično, birati izvorne materijale u skladu s dobi i ostalim potrebama, primijeniti tehnike za poticanje i održavanje motivacije za učenje jezika i ukazivati na poveznice između engleskog, materinskog i drugih jezika i njihovu primjenu u komunikacijskim situacijama u svakodnevnom životu. Tako onda imamo kompetencije jezične, komunikacijske kompetencije, vrednovanja u engleskom jeziku, ispričavam se. Dakle, to nam je svima jasno o čemu se radi, međutim na razini kompetencija govorimo o formalnom, sumativnom vrednovanju vještina i postignuća, da su u skladu s očekivanim ishodima učenja, poznavati suvremene spoznaje iz područja vrednovanja jezičnih sposobnosti na stranom jeziku i primjenjivati tehnike poticanja učenika na samovrednovanje i vršnjačko vrednovanje u engleskom jeziku. Tu imamo i opće psihološko-pedagoško-didaktičke kompetencije koje isto tako je jako puno. Međutim, ove koje smo istaknuli tu je dakle planirati artikulaciju nastavne jedinice u skladu s općim didaktičkim načelima, primjenjivati različite tehnike rada, dramske, književne i tako dalje, metode interaktivnog, suradničkog, autonomnog učenja u nastavi jezika, primjenjivati tehnike poticanja samomotivacije, aktivnog učenja, pozitivne razredne interakcije, znanje iz područja opće i razvojne psihologije i u planiranju, izvedbi nastave te vrednovanju različitih postignuća i znanja o osnovnim pedagoškim konceptima i provođenju tih pedagoških aktivnosti. U kompetenciji cjeloživotnog obrazovanja tu smo dobili odgovore koje su zapravo vežu se za poslove koji jesu ključni poslovi, definirani kao ključni poslovi u anketama, a to je uz savjetovanje sa sustručnjacima, kritički analizirati vlastiti rad, definirati kompetencije i vještine koje je potrebno dodatno razvijati i odabrati primjerene oblike stručnog usavršavanja. U tom smislu govorilo se upravo u onim područjima koji možda nedostaju današnjim nastavnicima bilo kojeg stranog jezika, a to je da postoje dobro utvrđeni oblici usavršavanja, odlazaka u govorna područja jezika kojim se bave i koje je sredstvo poučavanja i isto tako stručno poučavanje, to jest stručno stručno usavršavanje u području metodike, odnosno poučavanja. Isto tako, samostalno primjenjivati nove znanstvene spoznaje i rezultate iz stručnih istraživanja u području učenja u vlastitoj nastavnoj praksi i obrazovnom kontekstu, što je zapravo jedan obavezni dio jednog nastavnika i učitelja engleskog jezika. Interpersonalne i opće komunikacijske kompetencije, pod tim smo smatrali ono što je važno i što se pokazalo, a to je naravno posjedovati i kompetenciju na hrvatskom jeziku, s obzirom da radimo u Hrvatskoj, u sustavu u državi u kojoj je službeni jezik hrvatski. I isto tako načelno koristi se komunikacijskim vještinama koji su temeljene na aktivnom slušanju, iskazivanju empatije, uvažavanju te izgrađivanju povjerljivog odnosa sa svim sudionicima nastavnog procesa. U okviru istraživačkih kompetencija isto tako pojavile su se određene potrebe za kompetencijama kao poznavanja specifičnosti metodologije istraživanja u području učenja i poučavanja stranog jezika, kako bi se mogli samostalno osmisliti, organizirati i provesti jedno ciljano akcijsko istraživanje u području učenja i poučavanja engleskog jezika u svrhu sada ponekad samo vrednovanja vlastitog nastavnog procesa ili ishoda i samostalno interpretirati i prezentirati te rezultate i prilagoditi ih ciljanoj publici, onoj kojem se takvi rezultati zapravo prezentiraju. Informacijsko-komunikacijska tehnologija, zapravo mislim da je sve jasno tu, ovo je nešto na što bilo je predpandemijsko doba u kojem smo mi započeli s ovim istraživanjima i odradili ankete, međutim ovo je jedna stvar koja se jako naglašavala kao potrebna kompetencija nastavnika. Dakle, koristite se komunikacijskim mrežama, novim obrazovnih tehnologija u procesu učenja na daljinu, ali isto tako i ne na daljinu samo. koristiti se informacijskom tom tehnologijom pri odabiru, prilagodbi, izradi svih materijala, pomagala za nastavu, vođenje pedagoške dokumentacije, te kreiranju, modificiranju i prenošenju i pohrani informacije. Kao što vidite, jako puno različitih potreba je sažeto u jednu dugu kompetenciju u ovom slučaju. Ovo je također jedna kompetencija iz koje je nastao taj veći skup kompetencija, to je potrebe nastavnika engleskog jezika koji su se pokazale, odnosno jedan zapravo vapaj je bio u tom trenutku za potrebama i kompetencijama za nositi se sa učenicima s posebnim potrebama, odnosno s teškoćama u nastavi. Dakle, tu smo kao kompetenciju naveli uz pomoć sustručnjaka, odabrati prikladne metode, postupke i sadržaje u nastavi engleskog jezika. Dakle, s obzirom na specifičnosti tog određenog teškoće, odnosno poremećaja ako se radi o specifično jezičnim poremećajima. Također, uz pomoć stručnog suradnika odabrati prikladne metode, postupke i sadržaje u radu s učenicima s posebnim potrebama bilo koje vrste. Kompetencije vezane za rad u obrazovnom sustavu, dakle, svi znamo, dakle, poznavati zakone, pravilnike, protokole, postupanja relevantne za rad u obrazovnom sustavu, te planirati i provoditi sve nastavne i izvannastavne aktivnosti vezane za ishode nastave engleskog jezika, surađivati u timskom radu i planiranju, organiziranju, prikupljanju i analizi informacija relevantnih za rad u obrazovnom sustavu. Dakle, evo, tu sam prikazala sve kompetencije, odnosno 13 skupova kompetencija i ono što zapravo se pokazuje ovdje, kao što sam rekla, ovo je možda preaching to the choir, jer zaista svi vi tu koji slušate, ovo zapravo nije ništa novo, možemo se samo složiti možda da li je u određenoj mjeri određena kompetencija ili skup kompetencija potreban manje ili više u određenoj instituciji ili na sa određenom skupinom, dobnom skupinom učenika. Međutim, ono što se pokazalo definitivno kroz ovaj upitnik, što definitivno nije postojalo u prethodnim kvalifikacijama koje su postojale u Republici Hrvatskoj vezane za standarde zanimanja, a to su recimo kompetencije vezane za uporabu informacijsko-komunikacijske tehnologije. Tu smo imali zaista jako puno razgovora upravo o tome da je to nešto što nedostaje. Kompetencije vezane za rad s učenicima s različitim vrstama teškoća, jako puno problema koji su vezani za ono što zovemo IOP. Kompetencije vezano za provedbu akcijskih istraživanja u smislu potreba na koje nastavnici napreduju u sustavu, koje dobivaju bodove i na koje, a zapravo nemaju nužno nekakvu podršku u sustavu, i kompetencije vezane za rad s višejezičnim učenicima i učenicima koji nemaju isti materinski jezik. Dakle, neke od ovih kompetencija zapravo, budući da se u samom standardu zanimanja od nas tražilo da razmišljamo ne samo o sadašnjim kompetencijama, da nekako predvidimo buduće. Sad predvidjeti buduće zapravo je možda u nekim aspektima nagađanje, ali naravno postoje nam jako puno pokazatelja koje su to sadašnje i koje su to možda buduće potrebe. Ono što smo vidjeli kao izvore sadašnjih potreba, a to su IKT, odnosno COVID pandemija koja je samo jako ubrzala sav napredak, ja bih rekla, i sposobnost nastavnika da se nose sa kompetencijama preko noći, manje ili više uspješno. I s druge strane, prepoznavanje različitih vrsta teškoća u sustavu, odnosno posebnih potreba, odnosno sve većeg broja IOP programa u koje na neki način nastavnici su sugerirali da zapravo nisu u potpunosti spremni i da se ne znaju nositi na pravi način s njima. Međutim, govorimo li o budućim isto tako potrebama, ja bih rekla da su neke od budućih potreba koje smo mi tada možda i smatrali budućim već i sadašnje. To su, neki proizlaze možda samo iz nekih novih saznanja i istraživanja o učenju i poučavanju jezika, znači iz same znanstvenih disciplina i empirijskih istraživanja, a neke opet proizlaze zapravo iz potreba samih potreba koje se nama pojavljuju u sustavu, koji zapravo znanost niti ne stigne dobro niti promisliti, ni osmisliti, ni istrašiti da bi dao zapravo jedan dobar i znanstveno utemeljen odgovor. Dakle, danas znamo da postoji sinergija, odnosno međuovisnost jezika koje poznajemo ili koje učimo. Da više mi ne možemo ostaviti ispred vrata jezik koji nam ne treba i samo poučavati engleski. Da su djeca ušla i sa svojim hrvatskim, možda i njemačkim, italijanskim koje uče i da zapravo na neki način pokušavamo danas profitirati iz te činjenice i razvijati tu više jezičnu kompetenciju koja nam je na neki način na puno mjesta spomenuta i u kurikulumu, a s druge strane se jako često navodi i u okviru dokumenata koje nam stižu iz Europske unije. Jedan od takvih je isto tako koncept jezičnog posredovanja gdje smo se pomalo iznenadili samim konceptom, brzinom koji je ušao u kurikulum, koje je zapravo pohvalno da je nešto kao koncept što se htjelo uključiti u trenutku kad se taj kurikulum izrađivao. Međutim, još uvijek nemamo niti dovoljno dobre smjernice o tome šta to znači za naše učenike, koje to točno aspekte same nastave engleskog jezika unaprijeđuje, koji su to benefiti tog jezičnog posredovanja u konačnici. Ono što mislim da je tu zapravo jako važno, a to su ova buduće situacije koje imamo, koji nisu više buduće ni sadašnje. Danas kad imamo djecu sve češće iz Ukrajine koji treba jako brzo integrirati, onda mislim da dolazimo jako često i vrlo brzo suočavamo se činjenicom gdje naš sustav nije do kraja isplanirao određene stvari iz perspektive jezika, gdje možda nismo otvoreni za druge zajednice, gdje možda nismo bili otvoreni u konačnici, govorim iz jezične perspektive, iz perspektive onog što je propisano u sustavu i kako možemo zapravo profitirati od ovih situacija u kojoj sve više, Hrvatska još jako malo, ali sve članice Europske unije uvelike funkcioniraju s razredima i sa učenicima u razredu koji nemaju zajednički materinski jezik. S druge strane, buduće kompetencije proizlaze isto tako iz obrazovanja nastavnika engleskog jezika na razini Europske unije, gdje je zaista najveća osnova i najveća preporuka je zapravo da se radi o research-based vještinama, odnosno o kritičkom promišljanju i propitivanju različitih situacija onih koje mi možemo saznati iz dostupne literature, novih trendova, ali isto tako na njih se kritički osvrnuti i preispitati prije nego ih pokušavamo primijeniti u vlastitom kontekstu, bilo to u našoj državi, u našem školi, u našem razredu i u svakom konkretnom razredu u kojoj možemo poučavati. Dakle, ono što je isto tako od tih budućih kompetencija se uzima u obzir da engleski jezik se mijenja svojim statusom. Dakle, ja volim ove slike, nisam ih prikazala prvi put. Mislim da je ovo jedna stvar s kojom se suočavaju nastavnici engleskog jezika više nego nastavnici bilo kojeg drugog stranog jezika, da se iz te perspektive počinjemo razlikovati u tom kontekstu. Dakle, ovdje da ne očekujemo više linearni napredak u učenju, jer vidimo da učenje više nije linearno, da ne učimo u razredu i ne učimo samo u razredu, već sami proces učenja ovisi o velikom broju faktora koji jednostavno moramo biti svjesni kao nastavnici engleskog jezika. Dakle, u konačnici, ako bi trebala tu možda sažeti šta smo pokušali sve zapravo i kako smo mi pokušali unatrag pogledati na ovo što smo izradili, a to je da koje su to znanja i vještine koje je potrebno. To bi bilo nekakvo predmetno znanje, metodičko znanje, opća pedagoška znanja i jezično specifično pedagoško znanje. Dakle, predmetno znanje je očito ono što smatramo da je važno za svakog učitelja i nastavnika. To je visoka razina jezično-komunikacijske i međukulturne kompetencije koja uključuje znanja zaista o funkcioniranju jezičnog sustava i nešto što nam se činilo da bez obzira na kojoj razini obrazovanja jedan budući učitelj i nastavnik funkcionira, da je visoka razina te jezične komunikacije kompetencije apsolutno potrebna. Metodička znanja, to su, evo, da ih ja ne definiram, znanje koje utjelovljuje aspekte sadržaja najuže vezane za njihovu poučljivost, neka opća pedagoška znanja i jezično specifično pedagoško znanje, ta znanja o načinu na koji se jezik usvaja i sukladno tome znanje o najefikasnijoj poučljivosti specifičnog jezičnog sadržaja. Dakle, ono što htjeli smo pokazati ovim je da konceptualizacija poučavanja jezika i ono što mi očekujemo u budućeg nastavnika zapravo se odmaknula od ranih početaka i odmaknula se od nekog općeg nastavnika, jako napredovala. Čak ako gledamo i vezano za istraživanja, vezano za kompetencije nastavnika engleskog jezika su puno bolje razrađene nego kompetencije za nekog drugog jezika, nekog francuskog, talijanskog i slično. Razvile su se u svoju disciplinu koji se zaista jako predmetom velikog broja istraživanja iz kojih se mogu izvući dobri zaključci, a razloga zašto se pomalo i pomakla od svega, to je bilo nedovoljna razrađenost u teorijskim promišljanjima nastavniku u okviru društvenih znanosti i tako, dakle, da se redefinicije koje su se dogodile u konceptualizaciji kompetencija su zapravo zaista temeljene na brojnim istraživanjima. Međutim, ono što ja sad ovdje zapravo bih htjela napomenuti, ovaj postmetodološki pristup današnji naš u kojem nemamo jednu metodu i kojem nije napisano nam procedura kako trebamo voditi svaki sat. Dakle, usmjereno je nastavnika danas koji svojim odlukama i izborima posreduju između ciljeva učenja užih i širih kontekstualnih uvjeta. Znači, ono što je jako važno da se te odluke moraju zasnivati na kritičkom promišljanju procesa učenja poučavanja i ono što je ključno, ja bih rekla, konteksta u kojem se to učenje odvija. Upravo zato te kompetencije današnjeg nastavnika su kompliciranije, kompleksnije, možda neću reći kompliciranije, nego ikad. I pritom, dakle, jedno definiranje na ovoj razini je, mislim da je zapravo prijeko potrebno. Evo, ja mislim da sam taman negdje s vremenom i rado bi, evo, ako može pitanja i zahvaljujem svima na pažnji.
Evo, hvala kolegice Krevelj. Sada, dragi kolege, imate priliku narednih 15 minuta postaviti pitanja kolegici Steli Letici Krevelj. Mislim da je bilo svima ovo jako korisno, informativno i dobro. To se tiče apsolutno svih nas, tako da evo, otvaramo vam 15 minuta za vrijeme za vaša pitanja. Ok, ima jako puno zahvala. Thank you, very useful. Hvala. Puno hvala. Ok, čekamo vaša konkretna pitanja. Ili je eventualno, kolegice Krevelj, ako imate nešto za nadodati, slobodno.
Pa evo, ja bi iskoristila sad ovaj 818 opet zapravo pare ušiju, pa mislim da je ovo za najbolju reklamu za bilo što, a ja bi u ovom trenutku reklamirala jednu drugu stvar, a to je upravo ovaj jedan aspekt, budući da se sama bavim isto tako više jezičnošću i obrazovanjem i promicanjem te više jezičnosti i u ovim današnjim trenucima u kojim se stvarno suočavamo sa, dakle, i sva situacijama koje, nažalost, mislim da ćemo ili na sreću i biti svjedoci u našim razredima s djecom koji nemaju hrvatski kao materinski jezik. Dakle, ja bi rado zapravo potaknula tu ideju da je engleski i nastavnici engleskog jezika su također neki promotori te više jezičnosti. Da ne doživljavamo se mi uvijek kao neki zapravo, ne znam kako bi nazvala, uvijek nekakva agresori u smislu engleski svi uče i onda zapravo da je engleski taj koji ne potiče više jezičnost. Mislim da je apsolutno i velika uloga nastavnika engleskog jezika da potiču i prepoznaju u svojim razredima isto tako tu sposobnost tako nečega. Evo, ja bi možda sad ovom prilikom pozvala isto tako sve profesore koji zapravo se suočavaju možda na dnevnoj bazi sa takvim situacijama u koje imaju nekakve iskreno zainteresirani za promociju te više jezične kompetencije ili u kojim se u svom radu susreću s bilo kakvim pitanjima vezane za nedovoljno poznavanje hrvatskog jezika, različite jezične biografije, da bi možda napravili zajednički nekakve aktivnosti društveno korisnog učenja, ne istraživanja, nego nešto što bi moglo zaista pomoći u smislu rješavanja problema koje imamo u zajednici.
Odlično. Evo imamo jedno pitanje. Kolegica Jurković kaže koliko smo kompetentni za rad s učenicima s posebnim potrebama kada zapravo sve što znamo o tome jest ono što čujemo na pojedinim stručnim usavršavanjima, što nije dovoljno jer mi smo prvenstveno učitelji engleskog jezika.
Pa tako je, to je zapravo zaista važno pitanje. To je ideja ovog kompetencija. Vidjeli smo da su neke razine kompetencije, dakle ponavljam još jedno, ovo je standard zanimanja u kojem smo tražili od sudionika da nam kažu, koji su sudjelovali zapravo u istraživanju, da nam kažu zapravo koja je njihova potreba. I tu se pokazalo da zapravo od nastavnika se na neki način očekuje da se zna nositi sa određenim, sa učenicima s posebnim potrebama. A znamo svi da to nikad nismo stekli, nikakve, dakle da nismo ni na visokom obrazovanju, niti poslije nužno imali osim nekakve tečajeve. Dakle, ideja je sljedeća, da se u sljedećem standardu kvalifikacije, i to budući da smo ga mi već izradili, znači to je važna stvar, da mi radimo novi standard kvalifikacije o tome što bi u budućnosti kvalifikacija koja omogućava, obrazuje nastavnika i učitelja trebala ponuditi kao sadržaj svojih studijskih programa. Ono što vidimo je dakle na jedan način očito određena znanja i vještine upravo u području toga, međutim nikako ne na razini samostalnog izvođenja, jer zaista ne možemo niti očekivati od nastavnika, ali jednu veću razinu upoznatosti i mogućnosti da onda na kompetentnije surađuje zapravo sa sustručnjacima s kojima svakako treba surađivati. Evo, ako to sam odgovorila.
Odlično. Evo, kolegica Bokavšek kaže uvijek potičem učenike koji uče talijanski jezik da povezuju s engleskim radi lakšeg pamćenja novih riječi i struktura.
A evo, fantastično. Ja bih rekla da je to nešto što nam se pokazuje da je apsolutno važno, jer ta sinergija, jer se naše učenje upravo bazira na sličnosti, a ne na različitostima. Dakle, to su one stvari koje se sve više pokazuju da profitiramo na različite načine.
Tako je. Kolegica Simona Mesić kaže, osim djece s posebnim potrebama, tu su i darovita djeca s kojim se ne stignemo baviti, a koja se vrlo malo spominju. Naglasak je puno više na djeci s posebnim potrebama.
Pa zapravo u definiciji, ako sam ja dobro shvatila, u ovom kad smo radili, posebne potrebe bi trebali ovdje obuhvaćati i darovitu djecu i djecu s teškoćama. Tako da apsolutno će se o tome voditi računa i vodilo se računa u izradi standarda kvalifikacija. Da se jednim, dakle, nažalost u našem sustavu je upravo to istina, na svim razinama ja bih rekla, a mislim da je evo u ovom trenutku i kroz ovaj standard kvalifikacija se pokazalo i to, prema tome pod posebnim potrebama se tu misli i jedno i drugo. Tako da nadam se da će evo neke stvari se možda i pokrenuti u tom smislu.
Hvala. Evo još nekoliko komentara. Kolegica Božinović, Mađar Božinović kaže darovita djeca su isto djeca s posebnim potrebama. Djeca s posebnim potrebama su i darovita djeca i ona s teškoćama. Kolegica Senka Grubišić kaže sve više nam trebaju vještine za bavljanje i sprječavanja nerada. Kolegica Grganović komentira, kaže naš sustav ne vodi brigu o darovitim učenicima. Kolegica Gradiček, ja isto često uspoređujem s njemačkim, a ovo za darovite učenike se slažem, premalo se radi sa njima. Kolegica Božičanin, učenike jezične gimnazije koje učim početnički španjolski kao treći strani jezik, potičem da koriste sve jezike koje su do sad učili, to često pomaže u brzini pamćenja novih riječi. Kolegica Horvatić kaže, na satovima engleskog je to posebno naglašeno zbog razlike u znanju jezika. Kolegica Grubišić kaže, multilingualizam je danas osnova. Kolegica Šarlija, uvijek uspoređujem njemački i engleski. Kolegica Kalinić, slažem se da su ona darovita, zanemarena zbog prevelikog truda uloženog u rad s djecom s teškoćama. I kolegica Mumić, kad učenicima predajem njemački, povezujem to s engleskim i obrnuto i puno lakše shvaćaju na taj način. I kolegica Lovrić kaže, ne slažem se da je prevelik trud uložen u rad djece s teškoćama. Kolegica Binički kaže, daroviti učenici imaju samo naše slobodno vrijeme, a još ih je ove godine agencija kaznila poklapanjem županijskih i državnih natjecanja.
Da, evo, dakle, ne znam jesu ovo odgovori bili na međusobne komentare. Naravno, nikako ne mislim da je preveliki trud uložen u bilo kako rad s djecom s posebnim potrebama i kažem, apsolutno u to trebaju biti uključene i darovita djeca i djeca s teškoćama na jednaki način. Naravno, mi uvijek se bavimo, kad imamo probleme, onda na probleme koji su nam očiti prije reagiramo nego na one koje se manje vide u svakom slučaju. Ali u svakom slučaju slažem se, apsolutno, da. Dakle, to je ono što zapravo ovo što sam navela kao 4 vrste kompetencije, ja mislim da je to zaista onaj dio koji se pokazao sada, da mi smo ga prepoznali i naveli, međutim, za ove 4 vještine, za ove 4 kompetencije, ispričavam se, su jednostavno u ovim fokusnim skupinama u kojima smo razgovarali pokazao veliki interes i zapravo vapaj u puno slučajeva.
U redu. Da vidimo. Aha, kolegica Vidaković kaže, za učenike s teškoćama postoje stručnjaci koji se 5 godina educiraju za rad s njima, a od nas se očekuje da improviziramo i sami se educiramo i smišljamo što i kako.
Dakle, da, to upravo iz tog razloga, kao što sam rekla, kao prvo ne možemo u nijednom trenutku ni u jednom budućem programu očekivati da će se na nijedan način zapravo nastavnik engleskog jezika moći time nositi. Dakle, ono što mi možemo samo sa strane budućih kvalifikacija dati nekakve uvide u problematiku na koji način bi se nastavnik engleskog jezika u budućnosti mogao bolje prilagoditi, odnosno bolje surađivati sa sustručnjakom koji je zapravo za to zadužen u sustavu. Jer ne možemo mi od jedne osobe apsolutno tražiti da se rješava sve probleme. Mi vidimo da je tu potrebna puno bolja suradnja između sustručnjaka u određenoj školi, a isto tako s naše strane možda i u budućnosti u okviru standarda kvalifikacije možda bolje pripremiti naše buduće nastavnike engleskog jezika da sa svoje stručne strane znaju specifične vrste teškoća bolje možda moderirati u svojem razredu. Evo, jednostavno to je ideja ona koja možda je izvediva na ovoj razini, jer zapravo znamo da očito problema u sustavu ima.
Kolegica Vidaković, u hrpi škola ne postoji sustručnjak, edukacijski rehabilitator. Mi imamo pedagoga na pola radnog vremena, a gotovo u svakom razredu učenike s teškoćama, prilagodbama i individualizacijama.
Da, nažalost, to nije problem koji ćemo riješiti standardom zanimanja. Međutim, evo, ja mislim da je prepoznata ova ideja. Ja konkretno mogu reći da na Filozofskom fakultetu i danas postoje već kolegi koji se bave i darovitom djecom posebno i djecom sa teškoćama koji studenti mogu slušati u okviru vrlo malog broja ECTS-a i kolegija, međutim ipak neka znanja koja im pomažu kasnije svoju struku bolje prilagoditi evo tim potrebama. Mislim da je to zaista jedino ono što mi u ovom trenutku možemo ponuditi, da ne preuzimamo nikakve zalogaje, a koji su u ostalom nepotrebni, jer svaka vrsta zapravo svoje profesije treba nositi svoj dio posla. Jel?
U redu. Evo, završit ću. Ima još nekoliko komentara. Pročitat ću samo zadnji i onda moramo krenuti dalje. Kolegica Vučak kaže: u radu s učenicima s posebnim potrebama nužno je uključiti stručnu službu u kreiranju nastave stranog jezika kontinuirano tijekom cijele nastavne godine, a ne samo kako je obično slučaj u praksi na početku nastavne godine na način da se nastavnika upozna s poteškoćama koje učenik ima. Evo, s ovim ćemo komentarom zaključiti. Evo, možda još jedan Miljević, kolegica Miljević kaže: izvrsno je uvesti nove sadržaje na fakultete za stjecanje potrebnih kompetencija, a mnogi od nas koji smo već u razredu potrazi za edukacijama pribjegli smo pisanju Erasmus projekata, no s vremenom je iscrpljujuće iako pruža mnoge prilike i uvid u međunarodnu praksu. Trebalo bi urediti status onih koji pišu projekte i osiguravaju sredstva za dodatne edukacije. Trošimo puno vremena na rad sa svim učenicima, što nam je i posao, ali isto tako improviziramo i trudimo se koliko možemo i oko učenika s teškoćama. Evo, s ovim bih završila. To je upravo tako, to je stvarnost, to je činjenica. Kolegice Krevelj, zahvaljujemo vam na vašem izlaganju. Evo, pričekat ćemo da nam pošaljete vašu prezentaciju jer su kolege pitali da li mogu dobiti vaše izlaganje. Puno hvala na današnjem izlaganju. Nadamo se da ćete ostati sa nama još neko vrijeme. Evo, vidim da nam se priključila i kolegica Tihana Kraš koja će u biti vrlo dobro nastaviti temu višejezičnosti i za koju zaista možemo reći da je tu cijelu temu jako dubinski proučavala godinama. Tako da evo, hvala kolegici Krevelj. Kolegice Kraš, tu ste, jel tako? Možete se uključiti kamerom?
Evo me, tu sam.
Dobar vam dan.
Dobar dan.
Vi ste danas, eto, prvi puta sa nama u sklopu našeg stručnog usavršavanja i državnog stručnog skupa. Jako nam je drago. Ponosni smo, ja osobno, što vi ste trenutno jedina današnja riječanka, guest speaker. I naravno čućemo sada nešto više o višejezičnosti i možete se za početak malo predstaviti svima nama i krenuti. Imate vremena do našeg zadnjeg gosta, do 14:30. Evo, hvala vam.
Hvala vama. Dobar dan svima. Velika mi je čast i zadovoljstvo da imam prilike govoriti pred ovako velikom publikom. Moram priznati da mi se to nikad još u životu nije dogodilo. Brojka pred kojoj sam dosad govorila vjerojatno je djeljiva, je 8 puta manje od ove, tako da koliko god je to pomalo zastrašujuće, toliko je zadovoljstvo jer stvarno pruža veliku priliku da se prenesu određene informacije. Hvala vam na pozivu. Ja sam izvanredna profesorica na odsjeku za engleski jezik i književnost na sveučilištu, na Filozofskom fakultetu sveučilišta u Rijeci. Čast mi je evo da sam bila članica radne skupine za izradu standarda kvalifikacije koji je povezan sa standardom zanimanja, o čemu je govorila kolegica Letica Krevelj. Bavim se prvenstveno usvajanjem drugoga jezika, ali isto tako i drugim vrstama usvajanja jezika, kao što je usvajanje prvog jezika, pa tako onda i dvojezično usvajanje prvog jezika. Bavim se i višejezičnošću. Znači, to su područja koja pokrivam u svojim znanstvenim istraživanjima i u svojoj nastavi, koju držim prvenstveno na diplomskom nastavničkom studiju na Filozofskom fakultetu u Rijeci. Ali osim što se bavim znanstvenim i nastavnim radom, bavim se i znanstveno-popularnim radom. odnosno bavim se prenošenjem znanstvenih spoznaja o višejezičnosti izvan znanstvenih krugova i jako držim do toga i koliko god mogu posvećujem se toj aktivnosti. Pa evo, tako i ovo moje predavanje nekako ulazi u tu djelatnost, budući da eto, nastavnici engleskog jezika nisu uglavnom znanstvenici, iako ima i takvih, nego praktičari, znači nastavnici. Tako da evo, jako mi je drago da ću vam sada unutar ovog predavanja uspjeti prenijeti neke znanstvene spoznaje o višejezičnosti, ali isto tako i prenijeti određene informacije o jednom popularnom znanstvenom centru koji vodim, odnosno ogranku jednog centra iz inozemstva, ali o to malo poslije. I još jedna informacija koju smatram važnom i koja u velikoj mjeri utječe na moj kako znanstveni, nastavni, pa tako i ovaj popularno znanstveni rad, to je činjenica da sam majka 3 djece, koju koliko god mogu odgajam u tom nekom višejezičnom duhu i onda ta moja životna iskustva kao roditelj, koje stječem kao roditelj, također unosim u svoj znanstveni i nastavni rad. Eto, pa ako ste spremni, ja mogu početi sa svojim predavanjem. Pretpostavljam da moram podijeliti ekran.
Možete krenuti.
Evo, vidite li moj ekran?
Vidimo.
Dobro, u redu. So I will switch to English now because the talk I have prepared is in English. And the title of my talk, as you surely know, is Multilingualism, Myths and Facts. So I will talk about certain myths about multilingualism and, on the other hand, facts which state the truth about multilingualism. And the talk I will give today is prepared in collaboration with my colleague Zvijezdana Vrzić, who is affiliated to New York University and who, similar to me, is a member of the center I have talked about previously, which is called Bilingualism Matters at Rijeka. So let's start with a definition of multilingualism. What is multilingualism? There are many different ways to use the term multilingualism. So in other words, there are many different definitions of it. And the way I will use it in my talk today is the one which refers to the regular use of more than one language or dialect in everyday life, where the speaker's command of each of these languages or dialects is neither necessarily equal nor necessarily perfect. So I'm not talking about simultaneous language use which is based on simultaneous acquisition of languages from birth and such use in which all the languages that you use perfectly, but the use of 2 or more languages or dialects in everyday life. So whenever you use 2 or more languages in your everyday life, even if your command of these languages is not perfect, you can consider yourself as a multilingual person. And such a notion of multilingualism comprises bilingualism, which in the narrow sense of the term can be understood as the use of 2 languages or dialects, but there is also a broader view of bilingualism, according to which it includes the use of 2 or more than 2 languages. So basically the way I'll be using the term multilingualism is the same as bilingualism, as both of them will mean the use of more than one language in everyday life. However, I'll mainly try to stick to the term multilingualism. Okay, so let's see how I can move to the next slide. Jelena, I seem to have activated the drawing function. Okay, which I have done. Okay, accidentally. Okay, so what types of multilingualism are there? From the definition of multilingualism, which I have provided, you can already guess that there are different types of multilingualism that we can talk about. And two of them are what is known as horizontal multilingualism and what is known as vertical multilingualism. So horizontal multilingualism refers to the use of more than one official language or more than one standard language in everyday life. And in this slide, you can see it illustrated with English, Croatian, and German. So that is multilingualism in the horizontal sense of the term. But also there is another type of multilingualism according to which you use more than one dialect of an official, of a standard language. So for example, in the case of Croatian, we have a Čokavian, Štokavian, and Kankavian dialect or dialects, groups of dialects. So this is multilingualism in the vertical sense of the term. And both of them are equally important. And I'm sure that some of you were not aware that if you speak, well, all of you speak a language, and I mean two official languages, but that people who speak only maybe two varieties of one language or a standard version and a dialect can also be considered as multilingual people. So how common is multilingualism? It is estimated that the majority of the world's population regularly use more than one language or dialect in their everyday life. So in that sense, the majority of the world's population is multilingual. And we also know that the EU has 24 official languages and 60 other officially recognized indigenous languages, which means that multilingualism is a very widespread phenomenon in the world. However, unfortunately, there are still many myths about multilingualism. So many misconceptions, many false information, basically, that people believe in. And let's look at some of these myths. So one of the common myths is that acquiring more than one language from birth is difficult for a child. Well, I'm going to argue that this is not the case, because if the conditions are right, and we will talk very soon about what are the necessary and the suitable conditions for acquiring a language, especially in a childhood, this is not difficult for a child. So, you know, a child's head is not like a closed box in which, you know, you can't enter anything else. And actually, this effortless acquisition of more than one language in childhood is what constitutes the greatest difference between learning a language in childhood and adulthood under the same conditions, let's say. The other common myth is that bilingualism leads to language delays or language impairments. This is also not correct. If we focus first on language delays, it is true that bilingual or multilingual children, so those who are exposed to more than one language from birth, tend to start speaking these languages a bit later than monolingual children. However, they never exceed what is considered a normal or a standard, a typical age within which one starts to speak a language. Also, it is true that maybe if you look at a multilingual child's vocabulary, so, and if you focus on the vocabulary in one language as opposed to the other, and maybe the third one, if the child is acquiring 3 languages at the same time, these vocabularies may be somewhat narrower than the vocabulary of a monolingual child. However, if you put all the words, all the different words that the multilingual child is acquiring together, you actually get a higher figure than the one which is included in the vocabulary of a monolingual child. So it's not true that they acquire words more slowly or with less success than monolingual children. Also, looking at this misconception that multilingual causes language impairments, this is also not true, because there is no scientific evidence which suggests that multilingualism causes any language impairments, or that it can make them worse. So there is no harm of exposing children with language impairments to more than one language from birth or in childhood. Another common myth is that children who acquire more than one language from birth confuse these languages. This is also not the case. These children are not confused by their languages. They do sometimes use them, let's say, within the same sentence. They do sometimes insert words from one language to the sentence, which is largely constructed in another language. However, when they do this for a particular purpose. They want to achieve a certain, let's say, effect by doing that, or they feel that a word in one language does not express a concept as well as the word in another language. And they always do it with people who understand these languages which they're using, maybe within the same sentence or let's say, context. So they do it for a purpose, and only on some occasions. They're not confused. Another misconception is that children who acquire more than one language from birth end up not speaking any language properly. I'm going to argue that this is not the case, because if conditions are right, and I'm going to talk about them soon, as I said, they can learn more than one language with a very high success. Another common myth is that bilingualism has a negative impact on the development of the school language. If a child comes to school, let's say, speaking another language at home, this is also not the case. If the child doesn't speak the school language at all, well, of course, it will take him a while to learn the language to the level that they can use it independently for school purposes. However, the fact that they speak another language at home may only help the child to use the school language more quickly. And then another very common myth is that multilingualism is useful only if it involves certain languages, such as, big languages which are associated with a high number of speakers, or with prestige, social prestige, or economic power, such as English or maybe Chinese these days. This is also not the case, because multilingualism brings many advantages, and I'm going to talk about them within this talk as well. And any combination of languages or dialects can bring about these advantages. I mean, from the point of view of the brain, there is no difference between a small language and a big language, so language spoken by many people or very few people, and between a language and a dialect. They're all different language systems for the brain, and any combination of them can actually bring advantages to a multilingual person. Okay, now I come to the part of the presentation in which I will tell you certain, scientifically founded facts about multilingualism, more precisely about raising a multilingual child. And you may ask yourself, why am I telling this to you? Because you're primarily, I'm here to address you as teachers and not as parents, let's say, who may be raising multilingual children. Well, the reason for it is that you do have contacts. I mean, in addition to the fact that many of you are parents, I believe, you also have contact with parents, and parents treat you as authority figures. So I'm sure that many times they ask you for information and advice when it comes to raising their children multilingually, especially if the child does not speak the language of the school, or if the family speaks another language at home, and maybe they have recently immigrated to Croatia, so you come in contact with them. So I think it's very important that teachers, as those who very often act as mediators between researchers and parents, have the right kind of information about multilingualism, which includes also how to raise a multilingual child in the most optimal way. So let's start with some known facts, which is that preschool children are most likely to acquire 2 or more languages equally equally well. However, often one of the languages is more dominant, or let's say better developed than the other. And in a few slides time, you will find out why this is so. This is so because it depends on several very important factors, which then foster the acquisition of one language, more to a greater extent than the other. So what does success in language learning depend on? Well, for a successful and balanced development of 2 or more languages, a child needs to have a motive and an opportunity. This is a so-called, let's say, kind of a police language. You need to have a motive to do something, and you need to have an opportunity to do it. And this indeed applies to languages. So let us focus first on the opportunity. When do you have the opportunity to use the language? So, in order to have the opportunity to use the language, you need to have the right quantity and quality of input. So, when it comes to the quantity of input, it means that you have to have the right amount of exposure to language. You cannot learn language without being exposed to it. You may know that, there are nativist theory of language learning, according to which language is innate, and you're born with a certain kind of mental grammar, which then helps you in the process of language learning. That's only one of the possible theories of language learning. However, even according to that theory, your natural capacities for language learning cannot be activated without input. So even according to them, input acts as a trigger for the language acquisition device. And indeed, without exposure to language, no learning of the language can happen. We'll talk a bit later in how much exposure you need. Also, in addition to having the right kind of quantity of input, you need to have a certain quality of input, which means that you need to hear and use language in varied everyday communicative situations. It means that you can't use a language really successfully if you use it only in school or maybe to communicate with one person or one type of person. There needs to be a variety in the exposure of language that you receive. Okay, so here is the opportunity. It's illustrated with this diagram. So basically, there are three main concepts are input, output, and process. Process here represents the process of language learning, and they're all connected. And by explaining this scheme, it's more easy to, the easiest is to start talking about the input. However, it really goes into circles. So starting with the input, which you receive in the adequate quality and quantity, the process of language learning is triggered, starts to happen. And then as you acquire competence in the language, you start to produce the language. And it is always the case that the production of language lags behind comprehension. Or in other words, comprehension is always, ahead of production. So whenever you learn a language, you first go through a silent phase. And this especially applies to children who learn the language in a naturalistic context. So their ability to understand the language develops before they're able to produce it. However, at a certain point, they do start producing a language. And then this language output triggers language input, which then in turn boosts the process of language learning further. So these are the main components, let's say, of language learning: input, output, and the process of language learning. Okay, so focusing a little bit on the quantity of input. An adequate amount of language input leads to adequate language proficiency. You may be wondering, what does that mean? What is the adequate amount of input? And some studies, and in particular the study by Barbara Pearson, have shown that for an age-appropriate acquisition of a language, a minimum of 20% of the time spent communicating needs to be devoted to a particular language. So it's, when you think of it, it's quite a lot of time. It's quite a lot of time. So, you know, we're talking about all the time spent communicating, and by communicating, we mean both hearing the language and producing the language. And this amount of input may leads to the use of language, you know, the production of language in which you can really express yourself very comfortably, you know, on most topics that you may encounter in your everyday life. However, you shouldn't think that this figure is fixed. I mean, you know, some other researchers have talked about, have mentioned other percentages or expressed it in a different way. But in any case, there needs to be a critical mass of input, which means that, you know, a considerable amount of time which a child or a person spends communicating should be devoted to communication in a particular language. And you also need to hear a word or a construction several times in order to learn it. So you cannot expect anyone to acquire a word or construction by just one or two exposures to a language. And how many exposures you need to have, it depends on the word and the construction. Focus a little bit on the quality of language. I already said that language input needs to be as rich and as varied as possible. What does that mean? You need to use it in varied contexts and situations. So not only in a language class, not only to watch TV, not only to listen to music, not only to write, I don't know, emails or something. You know, there needs to be a variety of contexts and situations in which you learn a language, use the language. Also functions. What do you use the language for? Do you use it only to communicate, to I don't know, to your teacher or to your friends or to your colleagues, or for some other purposes, you know, to write something or obtain certain goals? In any case, as many functions as possible leads to better results in language learning. And also varied speakers. So not only one speaker ideally or two, but as many as possible. Also, when it comes to language learning by children, language needs to be child-centered. So it needs to be directed to the child, not to someone else. A child needs to be an active participant in the communicative situation, not only an overhearer of this situation. Language needs to be adequate to his or her age, so understandable to the child, and also it needs to be stimulating for the child. So it needs to stimulate the child to speak. Now we move to the other component. We said opportunity and the motive. These are the two key components for successful language learning. Let's focus a bit now on the motive, because so far we talked about the opportunity. When I say that the child needs to have the motive to use the language, it means that the child needs to be given a reason to use the language. And this reason really needs to be such that the child feels that there is a reason. So it's not enough that you tell the child that they should learn a language for a certain reason. They need to feel it, that this is indeed true, or that it holds for his or her situation. And also the situations should exist where the use of the language is natural from the perspective of the child, and not only from the perspective of a parent or a teacher. And you may think that, you know, this actually does not apply oftentimes to language learning in the classroom. And I would like to argue that even though language learning in the classroom is very helpful, maybe the language learning in naturalistic situations is even better, and actually some combination of the two is best. So when you receive both classroom and out of classroom exposure to the language. So how you can make the use of the language natural for the child? well, there needs to be some special activities when you use the language. For example, when you play a particular game, then the use of a certain language may be particularly needed. Or when we are talking about children who are being raised in minority, who are minority language speakers, so who are being raised as heritage speakers of the language, in which they use their home language in the minority context. They need to speak the language not to the family members, both at home, but also outside of home, maybe, a family living abroad. Also using the language with friends is very, very stimulating for the child. And this also applies when the child is being raised in a minority language context. And also when it comes to the language acquisition in the majority language context, so in the context where the language that the child is using is actually a foreign language in the country in which the language is being learned, like English in Croatia, then content and language integrated learning helps a lot. So learning the language at school together with school content. This makes the language use and the language acquisition for the child very, very natural and spontaneous and very much needed. And I'm a great advocate of CLIL, I must say. Okay, so another very important component of the motive are the attitudes. So the positive attitudes actually of the society and the family towards the language and multilingualism are key. A child will not, or any speaker, in fact, will not acquire the language successfully and happily if the community around the child does not have positive attitudes towards it. So what is, let's say, what pieces of information are useful to kind of say to the child, and that is that the child should know that knowing more languages is possible and desirable, and it's actually beneficial for his or her development. The child should know that belonging to the majority society and the minority community is possible and not necessarily a source of conflict. It actually may be desirable. So it's possible to have multiple language identities. And also, it's important to tell the child that linguistic and cultural diversity is a desirable quality of any society. And, telling these pieces of information to the child will certainly boost their motivation and the process of language learning. So let's look at the main factors which affect the success in the acquisition of a language. It's similar to the scheme which I have already shown you. So we can see that there is linguistic input, which which leads to different levels of language proficiency or the use of the knowledge of the language, which enables you to use the language in different way. And then again, through the use of language, you elicit more input from your linguistic environment. We mentioned the factor of attitudes towards the language and the linguistic community. As I said, attitudes need to be positive towards language and the linguistic community which uses it, because this will definitely encourage the child to use the language more often and to acquire it in a better way. And also age of acquisition matters for proficiency. However, even though starting younger is certainly helpful, it doesn't mean that you cannot learn a language in adulthood. It all depends more than anything on the motive and the opportunity, which I talked about. So here is a summary of what I just said. So the road to success. What is the road to success in language learning? You need to have a rich and varied linguistic input. Language needs to be used spontaneously and as frequently as possible. Attitudes towards the language and the community should be positive. And of course, you can't change the attitudes of everyone around you. But if at least the person in the child's nearest environment should have positive attitudes towards multilingualism and language learning. And also praise and encouragement. It's very, very important to be encouraging to the children who are learning a foreign language and to give them enough time to learn it, because this can't happen overnight. And as I was once told by a teacher of one of my children, when I immersed them in a school where, you know, the language of which they didn't speak, you first need to have a happy child. And once you have a happy child, you'll have a child who can learn. And this applies to all types of learning, including language learning. So stimulating and encouraging the child to learn the language is of utmost importance. So why learn more than one language? I have told you now, what are the optimal ways of doing it, what factors affect it, and how we can boost it. But why should we do it? Well, one of the reasons why we should do it is that multilingualism has many advantages, not only social, but also linguistic and cognitive. So let's see what social advantages multilingualism brings. And these advantages are quite known, in society, especially in the Croatian society. So as you know, if you speak more languages, then you can speak to more people. So basically you have the communicative advantage of being able to communicate with more people. You better understand other cultures. You can move more easily, travel to other countries for different purposes and different reasons. You have more educational opportunities, so you can be educated in more than one country, and also you're more competitive on the job market. But also, in addition to these social advantages, there are some linguistic and cognitive advantages of multilingualism that are not as well known as the social ones. So let me talk about them. Let me turn to them now. When it comes to linguistic advantages, scientific evidence has shown that bilingual children have a better implicit understanding of how language works and find it easier to learn other languages. So among other benefits, multilingual children know that the link between a concept and a word that represents this concept is not fixed and not inseparable. They know that the same concept, the concept of a dog, let's say, can be labeled in two ways in different languages. And this ability to tease apart, let's say, words which are labels for concepts and the concepts themselves helps them in the process of acquiring additional languages. Also, another advantage is that bilingual or multilingual children are facilitated in learning how to read. So multilingualism, it fosters certain aspects of learning how to read, such as, for example, phonological awareness. And it's a very important component when it comes to learning how to read. And also, for example, children acquiring alphabetic writing systems, they know that there are correspondences between words and letters, and so signs and sounds. And then the mere awareness of that, and when you compare it to different languages, helps you to acquire reading and writing in another language. So the awareness that there is certain correspondence between letters and sounds, and that you should look for them in different writing scripts and in different languages, boost the process of language learning. Also, bilingual children start understanding at a younger age that people may have different points of view from their own. So there are advantages from the point of view of the social cognition. They come to know this because they know that not everyone speaks the language which they speak. So in order to be understood by a particular person, they need to use the right language code, the right language. If they address a person who doesn't speak the language in a certain language, they wouldn't be understood. So this awareness that different people speak different languages gets transferred to other domains of life. And this is how they acquire more easily that different people have different points of view. Also, bilingual children are better at focusing attention and at switching between tasks. So when we talk about, let's say, focusing attention, if you ask a bilingual child to label, so to say the color in which these words are written, you will find it that a multilingual child will do it more easily and more quickly than a monolingual child. I mean, this task is quite difficult actually, because the meaning of the words actually confuses you, because as literate speakers of a language, we can't help the meaning being decoded automatically when we see a word. So basically here we need to focus on the color of the word and not the meaning of the word. It means we need to suppress one source of information and focus on the other, and this is exactly what multilingual children do. So all the languages which they have in their repertoire are always active to a certain extent, and they need to suppress one, deactivate one when they use another. So this kind of mental gymnastics, they transfer out of the language domain to the knowledge of the world and other types of tasks in general. So this is why they're better and more successful at this type of task. Also, when it comes to switching between tasks, if you ask them to order these objects first according to color and then according to shape, multilingual children will do it more effortlessly and more quickly than monolingual children, because they're used to switching between languages. So this type of mental gymnastics, they transfer outside the linguistic domain. And another cognitive advantage, which has become known relatively recently, is that bilingualism may delay the onset of cognitive decline in older adults. So we all know that their cognitive functions, they diminish with age. However, multilingualism can help to maintain them for a longer time. And also it has been shown that multilingualism can delay the onset of dementia for even 4 years. There are some recent myths which have arisen as a result of awareness of these linguistic and cognitive advantages of multilingualism, and I'm going to mention them as well. One is that multilinguals are more intelligent than monolinguals. Well, this is actually not the case. What I have talked about are certain advantages. It's like an additional gear that you get when you speak more languages. It's not about intelligence. So you may be better at multitasking, you may be better at switching from one task to another, but multilingualism won't make you more intelligent than you are. And also, another delusion is that the linguistic and cognitive advantages, which I have talked about, will necessarily manifest themselves in all multilingual children. This is not true either. Sometimes maybe they won't. It depends, as I said, on the conditions under which the language is being learned. But certainly, speaking more than one language won't disadvantage the child. And another recent myth is that multilinguals can't get dementia. Well, this is not true either. As I said, it can postpone the symptoms of it, but it cannot cure you from it, or it cannot save you from it. So not only that there are these recent myths, there are, as I said, those old myths about multilingualism. And they're very, very widespread still. You can find them everywhere, like you can find them in your own home even, not to mention society as a whole. And that's why I think it's very important for researchers who have the right kind of information, who are acquainted with research findings about multilingualism, to promote bilingualism, to inform the people and to sensitize them to the advantages of bilingualism, because it will help them make better decisions about multilingualism in their own life. So rather than making decisions on the basis of prejudices, of misinformation, of certain misconceptions, it's always better to make decisions on facts, on scientific evidence. So that's why I think that researchers who deal with multilingualism have a very important job to inform people who are not specialists and not researchers about the benefits of multilingualism and just the right kind of information about it. And especially because of that, with that purpose, a center called Bilingualism Matters at Rijeka was founded, and I have the pleasure of being the director of this center. And what are we? We're actually a branch of the Bilingualism Matters social enterprise, which is a non-for-profit membership organization whose aim is to bridge the gap between researchers and society when it comes to multilingualism, which is based in Edinburgh. It started as a small service founded by Professor Antonella Sorace from the University of Edinburgh, but then it grew into the University Centre at the University of Edinburgh, and then at the end of the last year, it actually became a non-for-profit organization because it became too big even for the University of Edinburgh to kind of keep it, to handle it in a way, even though the main branch of this organization still exists. At the headquarters are still at the University of Edinburgh, and currently there are 30 branches of Bilingualism Matters of the world, and Bilingualism Matters at Rijeka, which operates in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Rijeka, is one of them. It was founded on the 6th of June 2014 within the EU-funded Advancing the European Multilingual Experience project, but it continued to exist after the project ended. So in 2019, we celebrated our 5th anniversary event, and we were very pleased to have Professor Jelena Mihaljević-Žigunović on that occasion, who gave a lecture on early foreign language learning. So what do we do? And when I say we, I'm talking about a group of researchers at the University of Rijeka. So 10 active researchers at the moment, and also some external collaborators. So we give talks and we organize workshops for different target groups, such as, let's say, teachers. And here you can see a talk for English language teachers that we gave in 2015. Then we speak to nursery teachers, such as on that occasion in Rijeka in 2017. And we also talk to general audience, such as in Rijeka in 2018. What do we talk about? So in addition to talking about language learning in general, we talk about and we deal with the maintenance of dialects and minority languages. Because as I said, for us, dialects are equally important as standard versions of the language. And also we consider minority languages as very, very important for maintaining the linguistic diversity of a certain group, place. So that's why we advocate actively the maintenance of dialects and minority languages. And because of that, we participated in several, we gave several talks and participated in some roundtables and also organized one. Within that activity, within that, let's say, area of our activity, we also ran a project called the Rijeka Multilingual Heritage Project, within which we had two experienced, so one was a nursery teacher and the other was a primary school teacher who ran workshops with nursery teachers and primary school teachers, in which they tried to promote the maintenance of the Fiuman dialect, which is spoken in Rijeka, and also the Čakavian dialect. We particularly focused on the maintenance of the Fiuman dialect, and one of our members, Masha Plešković, she was employed on the A-theme project, within which she conducted a study on the maintenance of the Fiuman dialect and wrote a dissertation, a doctoral dissertation about it, and also gave a number of talks to the general audience about the findings of her research. We also actively work on we try to promote the maintenance of Croatian as a heritage language. So Croatian is a minority language spoken outside Croatia, and for that purpose we ran two projects, one in Rome and one in Milan in 2018 and 19, where we talked to both parents and the children, Croatian language heritage children. We also try to do something special for the European Day of Languages. So for many years now, we have organized a language stand. A stand in Corso, the Rijeka pedestrian area. And given that, due to pandemic, we had to switch to something different. So in 2020, we organized a contest for the European Day of Languages. So we asked children in schools to write something or draw something or perform something on the topic, I'm multilingual, that's my superpower. And I'm sure that some of you here also had students who participated in that contest and maybe even won a prize. Also, we organized pub quizzes in different contexts, such as, for example, at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences on the occasion of its day every May. Also, we organize a language tandem program, which is a program for spontaneous language and informal language learning. I can tell you more about it later on. We also offer language tutorials to children who live in a children's home in Lovran. And also we have our website and social media through which we communicate information about multilingualism. And one part of our website is also the section devoted to articles, where members write articles in an accessible way to the general public about different aspects of language learning. Our most recent activity involves involvement in the Erasmus Plus team project, the full title of which is Teacher Education about Multilingualism, in which we try and aim to inform teachers about multilingualism. So the talk I'm giving you now is not part of this particular project, but let's say activities such as these would be something that we are trying to promote. And as part of this project, which is currently, it still has 1.5 years to go, we are building a language resource about multilingualism. So it will be an open access resource so that the teachers who are dealing with multilingual students on a daily basis can learn more about multilingualism and help their students maintain or promote their multilingualism. So the take-home message of this talk would be that multilingualism brings lots of advantages and is worth investing in, and we should all enjoy it and help our students and other people we come in contact with to enjoy it. Thank you.
Ok, hvala vam kolegice Kraš. Sada je vrijeme za eventualna pitanja i komentare. Ja ću vam pročitati neke, može? Znači, kolegica Radošević kaže, dijalekti su izuzetno važni za razvoj jezičnih kompetencija, pogotovo oni koji se izuzetno razlikuju od materinjeg jezika. Ne znam koliko vam je poznato, možda govornici i savjetnici da, pošto su iz Rijeke, ali u Gorskom Kotaru na granici sa Slovenijom, konkretno grad Čabar, koristimo jedan specifičan dijalekt koji bi po svim obilježjima spadao u slovensku grupu dijalekata. Naša djeca koja govore i dijalektom i hrvatskim jezikom su u samom početku bilingual, što smatram izuzetno velikom prednošću u odnosu na onu djecu koja ne koriste dijalekt. Svi ovi koji se koriste dijalektom kasnije znaju nastaviti obrazovanje u susjednoj Sloveniji i nemaju problema s jezikom. Kolegice, imate nešto za reći?
Pa ne, evo eto, to je izvrstan primjer koji potvrđuje upravo ovo što sam ja rekla, znači da su dijalekti u principu jednako važni kao i standardni jezici, da zapravo nikad ne znate kada će vam poznavanje dijalekta donijeti određenu prednost.
Kolegica Podhorski kaže, u mojoj školi srednja strukovna učenici uče samo jedan strani jezik i još se nikad nije dogodilo da dijete koje je učilo i engleski i njemački u osnovnoj školi da je odabralo njemački u srednjoj školi. Onda ima još jedno pitanje za vas. Gdje je kolegica, samo malo da nađem to, kolegica Samo trenutak. Aha, kolegica Grubišić kaže, should we continue talking with our children in more than one language if they dislike it?
Pa, vjerojatno bi trebalo poraditi na tom stavu prema jezicima. Znači, korištenje jezika, kao što sam rekla, treba biti prirodno sa stanovišta djeteta. Ako dijete ne osjeća da je to prirodno, nisam sigurna koliko baš, trebalo bi pronaći načina da se uporaba tog jezika učini prirodnom sa stanovišta djeteta. Kako bi onda eventualno dijete više, bilo sklonije uporabi tog jezika. Ne bi trebalo odustati, mislim barem ne odmah, ali da, treba biti vrlo snalažljivo do te situacije i pronaći neki način da se utječe na stav djeteta zapravo.
Kolegica Prusić kaže, in the central part of Israel there is a village where mostly Albanians live. Children come to school not knowing a word in Croatian. Parents don't want to teach children Croatian out of fear. They would not speak Albanian then. Ne znam, to je bio više komentar. Samo trenutak, imali smo još nešto. Samo malo. There should definitely, kolegica Bradošević ima jedan komentar i kaže, there should definitely be more workshops for parents to raise awareness that multilingualism is something positive. For example, in my child's class, 4th grade, only she and one other girl enrolled into second foreign language class, Italian. We are a small school, but still, isn't it a shame parents don't motivate their children, but rather see the second foreign language as a difficulty, an additional obligation in school?
Da, istina je. Međutim, moram priznati, nije to lako. Nije lako da se doista ta uporaba i to učenje u jezika učini spontanom i potrebnom sa stanovišta djeteta. To stvarno donosi sa sobom velike izazove. Upravo je zato sam rekla da je možda klil jedan od načina, ali kojim se to može relativno bezbolno učiniti. Međutim, da, unutar klila pretpostavljam da se obično radi o jednom jeziku. Znači, nekako učiniti uporabu tog jezika dijelom svakodnevnog života svakako je vrlo, vrlo izazovno, ali može se uz trud, planiranje, upornost, moguće je. Treba samo biti jako snalažljiv.
Evo, kolegica Palijan iz Rijeke ima jedan komentar, kaže, thank you, our students enjoyed participating in your project. I'm multilingual, that's my superpower.
Hvala vam puno, kolegice Palijan.
Da. Vidjet ćemo, ima još komentara. Aha, kolegica Titlić kaže, odrastajući kao bilingvalno dijete, osjećala sam otpor prema njemačkom, majka Njemica, i tek kasnije sam na neki način opustila i doživjela ga kao dio svog identiteta.
Da, vjerujem da je to povezano sa ovim stavovima okoline o kojima sam pričala. Znači, stavovi okoline mogu doista jako negativno utjecati na učenje i uporabu jezika kod djeteta ili bilo kojeg govornika.
Dobro. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Izvrsno predavanje. Okay. Vidjet ćemo. Aha, kolegica Podhorski kaže, rekli ste da dijete koje je sretno može naučiti sve, pa i jezike. Neka djeca zaista ne vole neki jezik i stvarno se borim da ga zavole.
Istina, slažem se. Upravo zato, kažem, naglašavam ponovo tu važnost da se uporaba jezika i to učini prirodnom sa stanovišta djeteta i da se učenje tog jezika učini potrebnim sa stanovišta djeteta, što nije lako kada je jezik koji dijete uči, znači u biti strani jezik u određenoj okolini. Upravo zato uranjanje u okolinu u kojoj se jezik govori i u kojoj je taj jezik potreban djetetu da bi komuniciralo sa sa vršnjacima i da bi se igralo je ono što čini učenje jezika, što znatno olakšava učenje jezika.
Evo imamo još jedan komentar. Kolegica Perić kaže, ja bih se osvrnula samo na usvajanje jezika kod djece s poteškoćama u govoru. Kao majka djeteta sa govornom atrakcijom naišli smo na negodovanje neuropedijatrice jer dijete izlažemo sadržajima na engleskom jeziku. Ona smatra da mu ono onemogućuje napredak u hrvatskom jeziku. Unatoč njezinom savjetu da maknemo engleski jezik iz svakodnevne upotrebe, mi to nismo učinili. Dijete napreduje bez problema i u hrvatskom jeziku i u engleskom. A praksija je još tu, ali usvajanje jezika se odvija bez poteškoća.
Bravo, jako mi je drago da ste to odlučili, da to činite. Evo, moram priznati da sam se naježila, jer stvarno mi je jako drago kad čujem takva pozitivna iskustva ljudi, jer nažalost mnogi ljudi su upravo poklekli u tom izlaganju svoje djece dodatnim jezicima zbog pogrešnih savjeta koje su dobili od takozvanih jezičnih stručnjaka.
Imamo još jedan komentar. Kolegica Kačunić kaže, imam učenika, odnosno učenicu koji govore portugalski i francuski, jer su im roditelji stranci, a sada žive ovdje i baš to vole i ponosno ističu. To koristim da motiviram i ostale.
Tako je, super. Znači, stvarno treba djecu osvještavati na to da jezik sa sobom donosi određenu kulturu i određeni identitet. Treba ih poticati da upoznaju jedni druge, jer to će svakako doprinijeti njihovom uspješnijem funkcioniranju kao, odnosno njihovoj kulturnoj osviještenosti, njihovoj interkulturalnoj kompetenciji.
Evo imamo još jedan komentar. Kolegica Živčić kaže, ja sam imala zanimljiv slučaj da je učenik bio disleksičan na hrvatskom, ali ne i na engleskom jeziku.
Da, zanimljivo. Sama nisam stručnjak za jezične poremećaje, tako da ne mogu nešto više o tome reći, ali da, mislim, vjerujem da ima puno individualnih varijacija i u tome.
Pa ja pretpostavljam da mi, samo trenutak da vidimo, imamo još jedno, samo trenutak. Kolegica Močinić kaže, radim u talijanskoj školi gdje učenicima koji imaju problem u usvajanju gradiva pedijatri daju dijagnozu bilingvizma.
Mislim, ne znam šta reći.
To je bez komentara.
Vaši bilingvizam tretiraju kao neku bolest. Mislim, ne znam, evo, to je dokaz koliko su još te predrasude o višejezičnosti zastupljene u našem društvu. I koliko ih takozvani stručnjaci, znači, u biti prenose i šire.
Ali mi smo neki dana pričali, mi koji smo išli u talijanske škole ovdje u Rijeci, kao i neki koji sada prate, neke moje kolegice koje su također sa mnom pohađale talijansku osnovnu i srednju školu, mi znamo zaista za tu ogromnu prednost višejezičnosti od najranije dobi. Ima još jedan komentar. Kolegica Simčić kaže, ja imam učenicu koja teško čita na hrvatskom, ali bez problema na engleskom jeziku. Kaže da joj je engleski jezik lakši od hrvatskog.
Eto, zamislite sada to dijete niste izložili engleskom. Šteta, mislim, koliko bi bila uskraćena i za pismenost možda, i za informacije koje dobiva putem engleskog, ali vjerujem da to pozitivno utječe i na njen hrvatski na neki način.
Isto tako kolegica Bugarić kaže, imam dvoje učenika koji jako mucaju na hrvatskom jeziku, ali im je taj problem manje izražen na engleskom jeziku. Kolegica Živčić kaže, čini mi se da svaki jezik radi na svom zasebnom, pod navodnicima, kanalu. Kolegica Vugrinec kaže, imam učenika u 6. razredu koji jako muca na hrvatskom, no u engleskom je izvrstan. To je vrlo ohrabrujuće i poticajno.
Svakako.
Imam učenika kojeg majka uči njemački kao drugi strani jezik, vjerojatno, kolegica Strinović kaže. I naravno komentar kolege Černija, komunikacija kako horizontalna tako i vertikalna je veliki problem. Kolegica Jerković, meni se događa na satu talijanskog jezika gdje često koristim i uspoređujem talijanski, engleski, hrvatski, te sve i svašta drugo učenici kažu da na tom što nauče puno toga više nego na bilo kojem drugom satu, i rado dolaze iako im je to 7. i 8. sat.
Da, jako je korisno, znači uspoređivati jezike i mislim da je to veliki resurs koji se možda nedovoljno koristi u našem
I
društvu.
za kraj, kolegica Rodić kaže, poznajem kolegicu čije je dijete progovorilo na engleskom jeziku, hrvatski razumije, ali ne govori. Kolegica Barban Jurišić, hvala, poznavanje više jezika je bogatstvo, ali ne percipiraju to svi na isti način. Definitivno je izazovno predavati izborni jezik u današnje vrijeme iz više razloga koje su naveli neki kolege u ovim komentarima. Kolegica Skopić, hvala na zanimljivom predavanju. Talijanski mi je materinski jezik i sama znam koliko mi je poznavanje istog pomoglo u usvajanju engleskog jezika, te to pokušavam naglasiti mojim učenicima kojima je engleski prvi, a talijanski drugi strani jezik. I sami tvrde da im engleski u ovom slučaju puno pomaže kod učenja talijanskog.
Da, više jezičnosti, znanje jezika jednostavno potpomaže jedno drugo.
Tako je. Evo, kolegice Kraš, hvala vam na vašem vrlo zanimljivom i iscrpnom izlaganju. Biti ćemo u kontaktu narednih godina, moći ćete nam još nešto na tu temu govoriti kako vaša aktivnost u ovom smjeru bude išla dalje. Hvala velika, ja ću sada uzeti jedan trenutak za obavijesti za sve sudionike, ali prije nego što krenemo sa obavijestima, potpisnim listama i ostalo. Da, kolegica Gracijela Orobabić kaže puno hvala na zanimljivoj prezentaciji, prilično je materijala za razmišljanje. Hvala puno na zanimljivom izlaganju.
Ako mogu još samo reći, evo molim vas, ako imate bilo kakvih dodatnih pitanja ili želju da dalje diskutiramo o ovoj temi, obratite mi se kako putem maila, tako evo prvenstveno tako ili društvenih mreža, pa možemo na bilo koji način nastaviti diskusiju.
Da, ovako ćemo, vi ćete sada ovdje u chat, kolegice Kraš, staviti vaš email, a onda vašu prezentaciju možete ili vi sami staviti ovdje u chat ili ćete mi poslati mailom pa ću je ja staviti. A sada nekoliko obavijesti za sve sudionike, no prije nego što krenem sa obavijestima, htjela bih posebno pozdraviti profesoricu Anu Martinović sa sveučilišta u Zadru, koja je danas isto tako ovdje sa nama, koja je prošle godine bila naš predavač i koja je prošle godine imala jedno sjajno i zanimljivo predavanje na temu Exploring Learner Autonomy in the English L2 Language Classroom. Pa evo, ako je kolegica Ana Martinović sa nama, pozivam je da nam se na sekundu uključi i pozdravi nas. Imat ćemo prilike i dalje sa njom surađivati. Ja samo ću vam ovako sada dati nekoliko obavijesti. Znači, sada ćemo u chat staviti potpisnu listu da možete se potpisati, odnosno ispuniti je. Stavit ćemo i sve prezentacije predavača isto ovdje u chat i dok čekamo uključenje našeg zadnjeg predavača za danas, imat ćete malo vremena za te nekakve stvari po pitanju preuzimanja prezentacija, potpisne liste i tako dalje. Evo, nemojte još nikamo otići, sad ćemo vam sve staviti ovdje u files, u chat. Nadam se da će kolegica Tihana Kraš ostati još malo s nama i evo, zahvaljujem se još jednom. Evo, sada za početak ide potpisna lista, a onda sve ostale prezentacije. Evo, ja sam upravo sada stavila potpisnu listu. Molim vas, znači naći ćete je na 02:37 p.m. tako da je ne moramo staviti više puta. Take your time, uzmite si malo vremena za ispuniti je. Sad ćemo staviti i prezentacije naših današnjih predavača. Aha, nemamo dozvolu za ispunjavanje ovog obrasca. Ok, sad ću vidjeti o čemu se radi. Trenutak, samo trenutak vašeg strpljenja. Evo trenutak, rješavamo to. Samo malo. Evo, probajte sada, ja ću ponovo staviti. Stavit ću i prezentacije, vidjet ćemo je li nam se spojio predavač iz Amerike. Probajte ponovo. Dobro, riješit ćemo to. Ok, ja ću vam sada staviti prezentacije, ali riješit ćemo ovo pitanje, bez brige budite, ako ništa poslat ćemo vam u mail, ali ono što je bitno jeste da čekamo zadnjeg predavača da nam se spoji, samo trenutak. Dobro, ovako predlažem, budući da nam se profesor sa MIT-a pokušava spojiti, ja sam mu poslala mail, ja predlažem jednu pauzu do 3 sata, znači sada je 2:45. U ovih 15 minuta mi ćemo priložiti znači, i potpisnu listu i prezentacije i nadamo se da će nam se profesor Reich sa MIT-a priključiti. Znam da je to malo, kako da kažem, tricky, zato što postoji vremenska zona -6, kod njih je sada 8:45. Rekao je da se registrirao i da je sve u redu. Ali ne znamo zašto sada konkretno nije spojio i kakve probleme ima, ali evo dajmo vam sada jedno 15 minuta pauze, što možda nije uopće loše, zato što smo imali isto sada 2 predavanja za redom i vidimo se u 3 sata, do tada ćemo vam staviti u chat sve što smo obećali. Ok, coffee break, snack break, maybe even lunch break. Take your time and see you at 3 p.m. Hvala vam kolegice Kraš, možete se i vi sada odmoriti.
Hvala još jednom.
Thank you. Hello, Justin. Are you here with us? Hello, Justin.
Hi, everyone. I'm terribly, terribly sorry.
Hello, hello. Well, this is the problem with, crossing the ocean.
Yes, it's a lot easier when we'll get back to being able to
Okay,
talk.
but listen, we gave them a break until 3 p.m., which is 10 more minutes because we didn't
Great.
know what was going on. So
Yes.
if you don't mind, we will start at 3 p.m., which is 9 a.m. Your time, I guess.
Perfect. Perfect.
Perfect, yeah. Excellent. Okay, so I hope you're doing fine and everything is all right.
Yeah. I was home alone with the kids this morning and I couldn't successfully get everyone out the door to school.
Okay, I will try to work out on something in the next 10 minutes. You can relax, get ready, and then we'll jump in at 3 p.m. again, okay?
Perfect. Thank you for being flexible.
Thank you very much. Evo imamo još 2 minute do početka zadnjeg predavanja. Ono što sam vas zaista svih zamolila jeste da ne zakrčujemo chat sa bespotrebnim komentarima, pisanjima. Morate razumjeti da nas je jako puno, da ima određenih tehničkih problema koji se samo tek tako pojave i zaista nije potrebno da ima toliko jako puno zaista nepotrebnog feedbacka u chatu. Zbog čega? Zbog toga što kada mi pošaljemo prezentacije ili poveznice ili bilo što, onda ih na kraju ne možete naći od te silne količine raznih bespotrebnih komentara. Ja sam vas na početku zamolila da to izbjegnemo, zato vas lijepo molim da u buduće vodite računa o tome i sad evo startamo za minutu, koncentrirat ćemo se konkretno na zadnje predavanje, kasnije ćemo staviti evaluaciju. Kada dođe vrijeme za Q&A, molim vas, konkretno se fokusirajte na pitanja, vaše neke interne komentare možete sa internim porukama, nemojte molim vas pod everyone, jer to nam zaista sada nije bitno. Zahvaljujem se svima što su riješili što su trebali riješiti i evo krećemo sa zadnjim predavanjem. Nadam se da će vam biti ugodno i korisno i hvala još jednom. Justin, I hope you're ready. Good.
Yes,
Good.
I'm ready.
Okay, Justin, I just want to say a few words of introduction to you, and then you will be able to introduce yourself to all of us. First of all, as you know, you are being a part of a national professional development meeting today to 786 English language teachers in Croatia, Europe. I have to say that first time that I have heard your presentation, it was last year at the International Education Conference EduLearn 2021. I was really compelled to get in touch with you, and to just somehow try to get you to present your research and your wonderful book to such a wide audience of teachers overseas in this beautiful country. And so it's an honor. It's really an honor. I don't think that the agency that we work for has ever had anyone giving a presentation from such a prestigious, wonderful university such as MIT. So welcome, thank you so much, and we hope you will have a great time with us, you too.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm enormously grateful to be here, and I'm very grateful to all of you for your patience. It's the morning time here, and I was just unsuccessful at getting the kids out the door to their school this morning, and I very much apologize, but I'm thrilled to be able to be here, and I hope it was nice to take a little extra break, and thanks everyone for shaking your schedule up.
Thank you.
So my name is Justin Reich. I'm a faculty member at MIT. I run a lab called the Teaching Systems Lab, where our mission is to design, implement, and research the future of teacher learning. We've spent a lot of the past 2 years in the United States trying to understand people's experiences during the pandemic. And before that, I've spent quite a bit of my career helping. So I was a high school history teacher. I taught world history to freshmen in high school, and I taught electives to seniors. And then I ran a company that helped schools and districts incorporate technology. And since then, I've spent a bunch of time studying it. The book that I want to share with you is the result of a bunch of that study. It's called Failure to Disrupt: Why Technology Alone Can't Transform Education. It's just about to come out in paperback next year. So hopefully there'll be some less expensive copies that you all can pick up in Croatia. The original copy edits of the book, the sort of last like page proofs of the book that I was allowed to look at before it finally went to press, came to me in March of 2020, a little more than 2 years ago. March of 2020 was a very strange time to be finalizing a book about education technology, because in March of 2020 in the United States was when we just had the very first schools that were starting to close because of COVID-19. And it wasn't obvious exactly what was going to change, but it was obvious even in those early days that the world was going to be a different place in the weeks, the months, the years ahead, that the new coronavirus was going to change our lives in all kinds of ways. And here I was with a book that was really about the history of education technology and how the history of education technology can help us think about the future. And I was really worried looking at these page proofs. I said to myself, is there anything that's in this book which is just going to seem incredibly stupid 6 months from now? Is there anything that I've written? Are there any sort of predictions that I have about the future that are just going to be obviously wrong because of the pandemic? So I reread the book while I was fixing all of the typos and other things, and I had a few other trusted colleagues reread the book, and we decided not to change anything. And we decided not to change anything because one of the core arguments of the book is that history is a pretty good guide to the future of education. Education is a part of our society which is understandably very conservative. It's a part of our society that changes slowly. If you go and talk to your parents in your community and say, would you like us all as educators to do a bunch of really bold experiments on your children and their education? They'll probably say no. There aren't a lot of stakeholders out there for huge, bold transformation with technology. But there is one group of stakeholders, at least, who is really interested in talking about a profoundly different future for education. And those are education technology evangelists, people who have companies that they've started, who have ideas that they're trying to sell about education technology. And for the past 2 decades, education technology evangelists have promised that the future is going to be really different. So in 2009, there was a Harvard Business School professor named Clay Christensen who wrote a book called Disrupting Class. And he predicted that by 2019, half of all secondary school courses in grades 6 through 12 would be taught online. By 2019, that they would cost 1/3 as much to provision. There would be this sort of massive decrease in the costs of operating schools, and that they'd have better learning outcomes, that kids would learn more from these online classes than they would from the regular classes that they had in 2009. I think you saw some of this in Europe, certainly in the United States about 10 years ago. Higher education got really swept up in this idea of massive open online courses. MOOCs, these freely available large-scale courses made by elite universities. Sebastian Thrun was a founder of a company called Udacity, who said in 50 years, there's only going to be 10 institutions of higher education in the world, and Udacity might be one of them. I don't know how well known he is in Europe, but in the United States, we have an educator whose name is Sal Khan. And in 2011, he gave a TED Talk called Let's Use Video to Reinvent Education. And his idea was that we would sit children down in front of computer terminals and that they would learn math and maybe eventually the rest of all of their subjects by getting a kind of algorithmically optimized pathway through the curriculum, that they would be shown sort of videos and practice problems and other things that were at a just right difficulty. Everyone would learn at their own pace, and a teacher would come along periodically, and scoop up all the students to have them do, a project together or some remediation together or something like that. But he thought education could really be profoundly different. He created this website called Khan Academy, which is best known for having lots of videos and lots of practice problems, especially in math, but also in other subjects. And then, one of the people who had like one of the craziest ideas of all, and I don't know how popular Sugata Mitra's ideas were in Europe, but they were widely read among educators in the United States. He was a 2013 winner of the TED Prize. He said that all these guys were actually wrong, that you didn't even need schools or institutions at all. Finally, the most startling claim of all, groups of children with access to the internet can learn anything by themselves. My hunch is that for any of you who have had children at home with you during remote schooling over the last 2 years, you can say pretty confidently that children with access to the internet cannot teach themselves anything. That learning is actually quite hard and requires people and institution. So there have been, for the last 2 decades, there have been these really radical claims about how schooling is going to change. And then starting in 2020, a global pandemic blighted the world. Maybe as many as 1.5 billion children went home. And to some extent, you could say the work of the education technology evangelists kind of got easier. In 2018, they promised that they could build an education technology online learning infrastructure that would be better than regular schools. But then it only had to be better than kind of a pandemic hobbled, broken, damaged school system. And I don't know, I know little, although I'd be excited to learn about your experiences with pandemic schooling in Croatia. But I've talked to folks all over the world, and the vast majority of people that I talk with report that pandemic distance learning was somewhere between disappointing and disastrous for the vast majority of families. Like, this was kind of education technology's big moment to shine, and it failed. And so it's worth trying to figure out why. We in our lab have spent a lot of time trying to figure out what has happened in American schools over the last 2 years. There's a website there, tsl.mit.edu/COVID-19, where we have 5 or 6 reports that we've published. In the United States, we have all kinds of education researchers. And during the pandemic, they basically studied 2 questions. One question was, when do schools open and close? When do they go remote or stay in person? And why do they change? And then 2, what are the effects of the pandemic on student test scores? Those are sort of the 2 main research questions that folks asked. We have been shocked at how few people have been trying to answer the question, what is actually happening in schools? What is actually the experience of teachers and students? So in the past 2 years, we've interviewed 100 teachers from every corner of the country. We've had 250 teachers survey their 5,000 students. We've done 15 kind of design meetings where we brought lots of different kinds of people together to imagine new types of schools. And here may be our main findings about how technologies got used during the period of remote schooling. Children with laptops did not teach themselves anything. There was relatively little use of newfangled technologies. There was not a lot of use of artificial intelligence or virtual reality headsets or chatbots or learning analytics or intelligent tutors or massive open online courses. Instead, the 2 dominant technologies of the pandemic have been 2 of our very oldest technologies. So the first dominant technology of the pandemic are what we in the United States, I think around the world, call learning management systems. Things like Google Classroom, Canvas, Schoology. My daughter, who's in elementary school, has a folder in her backpack, a purple folder. On one side says to home, and on the other side says to school. And she uses that folder to pass documents back and forth between the teacher and student. That's what learning management systems do. They were theorized in the 1960s and 1970s. They were made open source commercialized in the 1990s, made open source in the 2000s. They have a very simple function. They're very old. They're very familiar to most educators. The second dominant technology of the pandemic, when it was introduced in the 1930s, it was called video telephony. And we call it video conferencing now, things like Zoom and Teams and Google Hangout. If you describe what Zoom is to someone who's not an educator, it sounds like it would be kind of useful for teaching. Like one person can show their screen, can show their video, can talk. They can sort of see some of the other people who are there, their pictures or videos and screens. For any of you who have taught over Zoom over the last 2 years, you know that teaching through Zoom is like teaching through a keyhole. With some awkward straining, you can kind of see and hear what's happening on the other side, but it's not really conducive to meaningful conversation. What these two technologies did let educators do, though, is they let people reproduce as closely as possible the typical routines of in-person classes. They let people do as closely as possible the kinds of things they were doing before. And there were a few other technologies that got used. Right when schools closed in the United States in March, April, May of 2020, teachers sent their kids home with all kinds of technologies to use. If you were a middle school student, you might have 7 teachers, one for math, one for science, one for English, one for a foreign language, that kind of thing. And each of them sent their kids home with 3 technologies, so every kid had 21 usernames, 21 passwords. Parents were completely overwhelmed. Students were completely overwhelmed. And so when our students came back in September of 2020, a lot of schools said, nope, let's not do that. Let's just pick a few things that we'll all agree to use. And so they usually picked kind of one gamified math app, like Dreambox or Khan Academy, one reading sort of thing like Epic or Newsela, maybe another content thing like Brain Pop, maybe a collaborative thing like Google Jamboard or Flipgrid. But these were sort of supplementary. These were kind of like a few extra things on top of learning management systems and video conferencing. And so, there are kind of 2 paradoxes of pandemic schooling in the United States, and you can tell me whether or not this resonates with your experience in Croatia. Teachers put in vast amounts of effort. They had many, many late nights. They had many, many long weekends. They worked incredibly long days. And in some ways, they totally transformed schools. We had these in-person schools. We just had a whole set of assumptions about what school was supposed to be, and we upended all of those things. But at the same time, what we ended up building in its place was just a kind of like kabuki version, a kind of stylized version of in-person schooling online. We still had 43-minute class periods. We still had 7 classes a day. We had everyone meet synchronously in Zoom, even though it's terrible to spend a whole day on Zoom. A bunch of our elementary schools tried to have, kindergartners, first graders learning the things that they learn by staring into an iPad. In so many places, it was obviously not working, but it had the sort of virtue of being very familiar, of being of people using technology to do the kinds of things that they already knew how to do. And educators showed tremendous capacity for change and innovation. We interviewed a group of teachers in Madison, Wisconsin, a mid-sized city here in the United States. And there was one high school teacher who says, we know how to change. We've been changing every 3 weeks for the last 18 months. We know how to change. There's so many things in schools that we thought were permanent, were fixed, were received, were unchangeable. And so many of those things we learned were flexible, were changeable, were plastic, were malleable. But in the United States, our educators are world historically tired. They are absolutely exhausted. And so there's this sort of sense of possibility of what could be different. but not a lot of energy to make that change. Those are kind of two paradoxes that have showed up in the pandemic. And to some extent, they reflect two of our very oldest findings from the history of education technology. People sometimes forget, in part because education technology evangelists want them to forget, that the work of teaching people with computers is 60 or 70 years old at this point. From the earliest days that we had computers that were the size of your living room, computer scientists and educators have partnered together to try to teach people with computers. And there's a lot that we've learned over that 60 or 70 years. There are a lot of smart people who've worked on this. The first of those lessons is that when teachers get access to new technologies, they use them to extend existing systems. It should not surprise us that when we sort of unleashed more technology into schools than had ever happened before, the thing that we built was the thing that we already have. In the 1980s, there was a woman named Judith Sandholz who ran a project called the Apple Classrooms of Tomorrow, where they took the sort of fanciest computers at the time, these Apple IIe computers, with monitors and the first mice that were created. They had the computers were connected to each other by wired Ethernet cables. They had serial cables that attached to these new printers that had just been developed. And they tried to create the classrooms of the future. And what they found was that teachers basically did the kinds of things that they were doing before. And it was only really with years of training and practice, coaching, professional learning, experimentation, that those teachers started to do things that were kind of different. For the most part, they did the sorts of things that they had been doing before. And then the second thing that we find throughout the history of education technology, and this was certainly true in the United States during the pandemic, is that where there is beneficial and innovative new practice with education technology, it disproportionately benefits affluent students. That even when technologies are free, they mostly benefit students with the financial, social, technical capital to take advantage of new innovations. If you have to make predictions about the future of technology in schools in Croatia, in schools in Europe, in schools anywhere else, these two principles are really good guides. When teachers get access to new technologies, they use it to extend existing practices. And then where there is new and different kinds of things happening, it's much more likely to benefit affluent students than less affluent students. In the United States, some of our education technology evangelists have sort of started to figure some of this out. So there are millions of people who have watched Sal Khan's 2011 TED Talk. There are many fewer people who have read his 2019 interview in District Administrator magazine. District Administrator is a tiny little magazine for school principals and superintendents. And between 2011 and 2019, Sal Khan founded this school called the Khan Lab School, where it's a private school. He charges tens of thousands of dollars in tuition. They admit the students they want. They hire the teachers they want. And it was his effort to sort of create the environment that he promised that technology could bring about. And in this interview, he says, now that I run a school, I see that some of the things are trying to accomplish are not so easy compared to how it sounds theoretically. So Sal Khan had started with this vision where every student was going to be in front of their computers in this individually algorithmically optimized pathway. And then he says, actually, a thing that we're trying now is that we have teachers teach the regular way 4 days a week, and we have them do online practice problems 1 day a week. And that's pretty good because it seems to help their learning, seems to make the math learning go better, and it's doable for teachers. It's sort of something they can figure out and incorporate. Now, when I read this, I thought to myself, you know what? I think I've heard this kind of model and this kind of argument before. And you could actually find the exact same model from 25 years earlier. My colleague, Ken Kadinger, who's at CMU, he wrote a paper in 1997 called Intelligent Tutoring Goes to School in the Big City, where in the Pittsburgh public schools in the early 1990s, They brought a bunch of computers into schools, and they went to the math teachers and said, hey, can you all teach 4 days a week regularly? And then 1 day a week, can you do these digital practice problems that we've come up with? And they found that it helped students learn. It actually worked about as well as Sal Khan's efforts did in 2019. So one of the things you could say is, Sal Khan's enterprise in the United States had about $150 million of philanthropic investment over 10 years. And what he learned with that $150 million of philanthropic investment, he could have figured out with the trip to the library. The history of education technology is full and rich. There are many, many things that we've tried over the last couple of decades. And there's a lot that we can learn from the things that we've tried. I have a colleague named Morgan Ames, who wrote a book called The Charisma Machine about a project called the One Laptop Per Child Project. And she defines 2 kinds of stances towards education technology. One stance she calls the charismatic stance. This is what Sal Khan sounded like in 2011. And people who adopt the charismatic stance, they think technology can disrupt and transform existing systems. They think the future can be brand new and different because of new technology. She contrasts that with the tinkering stance. And the tinkering stance sort of argues that it's not that technologies disrupt educational systems. A better way to think about it is that educational systems domesticate new technologies. When new technologies come along, they say, oh, you're good for like this particular thing right here. You work for these particular students in these particular contexts. And if you believe that, then the future is an extension of trends from history, rather than technology being a disruptive force. If you want to make good predictions about the future of education systems, you can say they're going to change and they should change. Like, we can absolutely make schools better, but they change incrementally. They change through continuous improvement. It doesn't look like disruption. It doesn't look like a sweeping away of the past for a brand new future. It looks like this sort of long, slow, shoulder to the wheel work of making schools better. And technology can play a role in that shoulder to the wheel work. We can find tools that help students learn better, but they typically don't have students learn profoundly differently. They typically help us do the kinds of things that we've been doing before. If there's anything that I'm trying to do in the book Failure to Disrupt, it's to celebrate the tinkering mindset. It's to say, look, maybe we would live in a better world if you could just invent new technologies that sweep away schools and have much better ones pop up in their place. But we don't know how to do that. And there's nothing in the past 60 or 70 years of experiments with computers that suggests that we'll be able to do that. But we do have some good evidence that we can take new tools and weave them into existing practices and over time make things a little better. And that's great, because that's what the work of human development looks like. I think there are 2 big mistakes that technology evangelists, that the charismatics, have made during the pandemic. The first mistake is to believe that learning technologies are all purpose when they're not. Learning technologies are not like steamrollers that knock things over. They're not like Swiss Army knives that solve every problem. They're like very particular ratchet heads. They're very particular tools in a whole sea of differently shaped bolts. Our technologies are good for some kinds of functions, for some sorts of learning goals, in some contexts for some students and not others. You all who are English teachers have probably recognized, for instance, that we have a bunch of like gamified language learning apps, and they work pretty well when people are in the early stages of learning a language. So you can use Duolingo or Babbel or things like that, and that will help you learn some basic vocabulary and how to conjugate verbs. Where Duolingo stops working is when you're not trying to just practice conjugating verbs, but when you're trying to have full conversations, where you're trying to figure out what is the meaning behind Cervantes' Don Quixote. We don't have technologies that are very good for that. We don't have tools that are getting ready to totally revolutionize how we teach people to learn English, but we do have things that can help people learn English. And then I think the biggest mistake that education technology advocates continue to make year after year is they keep hoping that learning technologies will be like a switch that you can flip on, but they're not. Our technologies are only as valuable, they're only as good as the communities that support their use. There's a line that I've come up with since writing the book that I wish was in the book, which is that every technology solution is a human capital problem. Every time you want to use technology to make something better in schools, you have to think about, how am I going to build the capacity of teachers? How am I going to build the capacity of students? How am I going to build the capacity of families? How are we going to come up with new routines, new norms, new practices, new assessments? Those things can be better, but it's a bunch of work. Making schools better with technology doesn't look like sort of downloading and dissemination. It looks more like community organizing. It looks more like bringing people together, some of whom are being paid and some of whom are not, to try to figure out what better futures for learning might look like and working together to bring those better futures to life. So that is probably the most important idea in the whole book, that if we want to use technology to make schools better, it's going to look like tinkering. And the work of tinkering looks like communities coming together to take new tools and to figure out how they can make learning better, not immediately, not like lightning bolts striking the ground, but more sort of shoulder to the wheel, tinkering kind of work. And that's some of the best work we can do with technology to improve schools. So then the book has two parts. And the first part is about selecting technologies. And I argue that one of the most important questions you can ask when you encounter a new technology is, what's new? What's really new here? Because almost everything that gets built today is just a modest modification of stuff that we've built in the past. It's incredibly difficult to come up with brand new ideas in technology-based learning because we've tried so many things over 70 years. One question I find really useful is, who guides the sequence of learning activities? There are some things that we build where an instructor lines things up for students to do. There's some things that we build where a computer assigns things for students to do. It gives you a math problem, and then after you do that math problem, it figures out whether you understood it or not, and it gives you an easier or harder problem. That would be like Khan Academy, Dreambox, other sorts of tools. And then there are learning environments where a community of peers figures out what a sequence of learning activities might look like. This is maybe like the Scratch programming language that came out of MIT, if people are familiar with that tool. It's sort of a tool for computational creativity and community learning. Almost everything that you encounter will slot into one of these three categories, and we know stuff about the tools in each of these three categories. For the most part, there are really only two ideas about how to teach. Sometimes when we teach, we try to pour stuff into kids' heads, like when we're drilling them on vocabulary. And sometimes we try to sort of kindle flames and to have people participate in apprenticeships, like when we bring folks to a new country and have them try to learn the language by being in the space where that language is spoken. These are both two great ways to learn. Our technologies tend to use one or the other. So instructor-guided learning at scale, self-paced online courses, things like MOOCs and stuff like that, they tend to have this sort of direct instruction pedagogy, and their technologies are pretty simple. You know, they're learning management systems with kind of an auto grader plopped on top of them. Almost everything that is a kind of instructor-guided learning at scale has those same pieces. Algorithm guided learning at scale also has this sort of direct instruction. And one of the things that I try to explain in the book is that actually the statistical toolkit, the kind of algorithms that these computer programs use, it comes from a family of statistical tools called item response theory, which I can explain to you in a couple of pages. It's not that hard. And it was developed by the people who made the SAT in the 1980s. It's about 45 years old at this point. And people make modest improvements on it, but it's not, there's no magical algorithms that we've invented that sort of understand what students are doing, much, much better now than they did 20 years ago. We're pretty much doing the same kinds of things. So if you encounter a new tool, you can compare it to the ones that have already come before. And then peer guided learning at scale, these things like Scratch, maybe like Desmos, these are where we see sort of more opportunities for apprenticeship, for exploring. We know something about the effectiveness of each of these three categories. Self-paced learning, instructor-guided learning at scale, most people find really, really difficult. The people who are good at that kind of thing tend to be already educated and already affluent. Things like massive open online courses are really good for people who are earning their second master's degree. They're much less useful for people who are still trying to figure out how to be good learners. Algorithm guided learning at scale works in a few areas. It works a little bit in math, it works in computer programming, it works a little bit in early language acquisition. It doesn't work very well anytime we're trying to have students reason from evidence. We don't have good assessment technologies that can tell when people are making good arguments that are based on evidence. Unfortunately, the main thing that we teach from kindergarten through graduate school is how to reason from evidence. We don't have good algorithms, learning algorithms, assessment tools for the most important things that we teach students. And then most people have somewhere in their lives that they participate in peer-guided learning at scale. Most people, are part of some online community where they learn how to do their hair, where they learn how to do their makeup, where they learn how to fix an engine, where they learn how to beat a level of a video game. And we've had a really hard time figuring out how to incorporate these kinds of environments in schools. Because in schools, we often want to evaluate students as individuals, not as peer groups. And in these peer-guided learning environments, they tend to be designed so that people can use them as much or as little as they want to really dive deep into something or just study it for a little bit and move on. And the way we organize schools, we just want everyone to do the same thing for about 43 minutes and then move on to a next thing for about 43 minutes. So these tools are powerful out of schools, but they tend not to fit inside schools. We know something about each of these three categories of tools. So as we start thinking about what new things are out there that we might be able to use in English language education, we can look at them and say, all right, here are the kinds of things that we've had in the past. Here's where they've worked. Here's where they might be able to work in our schools. And we don't have to listen to sort of outlandish claims of English language instruction being transformed forever by technology, because we sort of know what's out there and we know how well they work, and new things might be a little bit better. But there are not very many examples in education technology history of new tools that are just profoundly, profoundly better than what's come before. So talking about that sort of takes up the first half of failure to disrupt. The second half of failure to disrupt addresses 4 challenges to making education technology better, which I'll just talk about briefly. The first I call the curse of the familiar. And that's the idea that if you build a technology that everyone recognizes, if you build a technology for digital flashcards, everyone can pick up that tool, a tool like Quizlet or something like that, and very quickly start doing digital flashcards. Unfortunately, when you digitize the kinds of things that already happen in schools, you don't really make schools that much better. By contrast, if you try to build a technology that has people learning really differently, it often gets rejected by schools. It might have the potential of having teaching be much different and much better, but those kinds of things tend to confuse people, and schools tend not to adopt them well. So we have this tough choice between things that are easier to adopt that don't change things much, or things that are harder to adopt but could really make a difference. We have to do a better job of figuring out how can we make technologies that really help us do things differently and better, but don't, take so much time, but don't get rejected by schools. A second dilemma is the ed tech Matthew effect. We often hope that new technologies will democratize education, that they will especially help the poorest, most vulnerable folks in our society. They almost always end up disproportionately benefiting the affluent. And we don't have a lot of good ideas we don't have a lot of good science about how you would systematically make tools that benefit the most vulnerable members in society. The trap of routine assessment is the idea that we have some pretty cool assessment technologies, but our computers are really good at assessing people when they do the kinds of things that computers do. So computers are good at assessing people when we solve math problems, or when we provide definitions, or when we write computer programs ourselves. What computers are not very good at is evaluating the kinds of things that humans do well, which is reasoning from evidence, which is complex communication, persuasive communication. Unfortunately, we don't need people to do things that computers are good at. We need people to do things that computers are not good at. And so there's a real mismatch between what our computers can assess, what's cheap and easy and straightforward for computers to assess, and what we really need students to learn. So we need better assessment technologies that are more attuned to the most important things for students to learn. And there are lots of smart people who are working on this problem. They're just incredibly hard problems. And then finally, there's all kinds of ways that we can make learning systems better. But the way that we know to improve technologies, like what Amazon and Facebook and Google do, is they gather tons and tons of data about everything that people do on their systems. And then they're constantly conducting lots of mini experiments on their users, to try to figure out on Amazon if the buy button is red, will you buy things more than if the buy button is blue? It turns out if you ask parents, would you like us to conduct experiments on your children? They're not super enthusiastic about that. There also, I think, are real risks, and I think Europeans are much more attuned to these risks than Americans are, that if you build schools where technologies collect every sliver of data about children and watch their every move, you're basically training children to live in a surveillance state. And as we look at the future of democratic societies, we probably don't want to be training young people to comfortably live in surveillance states. So there's powerful things that we can do with data and experiments with technology, but there are also real risks of putting those things together. Let me maybe leave you with one final thing that we've been working on. If the way that you make schools better with technology is by partnering with your community to figure out how new technologies can improve learning, then you really need to spend a lot of time talking with the people in your community. One unusual thing about the world right now is there is exactly one generation of people who have gone to school during a pandemic. And those are the students in our classrooms right now. Usually in schools, adults are the experts in how schools do operate and should operate. But almost none of us have had the experience of trying to be students during the pandemic. But our young kids have. And they have a lot of wisdom and a lot of insight about what we can do better. We ran a project last year called Imagining September, where we had teachers ask their students 5 questions. What have you liked the most about learning from home? If we did this today, maybe what have you liked the most about what we've done this year in school? What's been really hard about learning from home or what we've done this year in school? What do you hope adults will do to make in-person school better for next year? What do you hope they don't do to school next year? What do you feel like you missed out on or lost because of the pandemic? And then what are you most proud of from the last year or two? The answers to these questions, I think, can give us a lot of insights about what the tinkering in schools should look like in the years ahead. And if you want to borrow any of these slides, they're translated in English and Spanish. We don't have a Croatian translation yet, but we'd be delighted to get one. You can find them at bit.ly/imagining September 2021. So those are the main ideas that I have to share. The sort of core argument of failure to disrupt is that new technologies can really help us improve schools, but they don't do it magically and they don't do it instantly. They do it when communities of educators and students and administrators and families come together and they think about, what do we want to do better to make our schools better? What are some of the shortcomings of our schools that we want to work on? And once we understand what those learning goals are, in our own classes, once we understand how we want our students to learn English better, how we want them to be better English learners than they were last year, when we have those learning goals in mind, then we can start thinking about how we partner with the people around us to take new technologies and apply them to those kinds of challenges. And there's a lot that we've done in the history of education technology that can help us with that work. So I'll pause there and thank everybody for their questions. I'm just now looking at the chat, so it's great to see some of the things that I said. It sounds like sound familiar. You know, Josipa says, it's comforting to know that we feel the same all over the world and to see that we're able to change and adapt. I do think, I don't know how helpful me and my colleagues have been over the last 2 years, but I think one of the things that we have been able to do is talk to educators and say, you're not crazy. Like, if you're really tired right now, everyone is really tired. If you feel like there are some unusual challenges, I mean, a huge thing that we heard, I think most of you are practicing teachers, a huge thing that we learned from teachers that we got in this report, the teachers have something to say, is that policymakers and school leaders kept doing dumb things that teachers told them wouldn't work, but they did them anyway. And teachers have felt incredibly frustrated at not being listened to. And when we talk to audiences of policymakers, of school leaders, one of our big lessons is the teachers who have actually been in the classrooms from the last 2 years know a lot about what's going on and what's worked and what hasn't. And you really need to listen to them and partner with them if you want to be successful. It's sort of the same message that I give to teachers, which is that the students in your classrooms have a lot of insight and wisdom about what's working and what's not.
There's something else. There's a colleague who says, fortunately or unfortunately, teaching and learning during this pandemic has proved that the teacher's role in learning is essential, especially for young learners. I work in a primary school and have seen that technology and IT tools are very useful as an additional way of practice and learning. But face-to-face learning is more motivating, more memorable, and simply more important for young learners. Do you agree?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. And, you know, I think I don't know, in the United States, especially when people were home a lot, somehow we told, you know, I think we were not honest with parents and teachers. There is really no way for anything other than a tiny fraction of really exceptional students for very young kids to learn at a distance. You know, there are plenty of virtual schools in the United States, I think in Europe too, that operated before the pandemic, but they all operated on a kind of coached homeschooling model. No one expected that a teacher would be able to like get a first grader to look at an iPad all day long. They sent a bunch of stuff home to parents and said, parents, teach your kids this stuff. And when you have questions or need help, let me know and I'll coach you. So, you know, and I think the way you frame it too is like, there are some IT tools that can help. It's really cool. You know, should we start teaching kids how to search online at a very young age and find neat new information there? Absolutely. Are there some like gamified math apps that are good for them to practice stuff? You know, you can so that a teacher can work with a smaller group of students at the same time. Yeah. I think, you know, I mean, my young kids right now are super into digital arts kinds of things where they're drawing on iPads and stuff like that. And, you know, they also draw with crayons and other things, and that's great. But these are, you know, yeah, there's nothing that's going to replace a really outstanding first grade teacher, second grade teacher, and technology will play a role in what they're doing. But we haven't found ways that those tools substantially improve elementary education.
Okay, there's someone else who says, do you maybe have an example of technologies that could make a difference, but schools tend not to accept?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite examples, because it's built by my colleagues, I mentioned it a few times, is this tool called Scratch, which maybe some of you are familiar with. It's a platform for computational creativity. And the idea with Scratch is it's programming you can do without writing lines of computer code. You just sort of snap blocks together that sort of contain computer code. And what the Scratch team really wants is for schools to let students play around with these things, to make different things, to do what they want, to express their own individual creativity. If you go to schools, overwhelmingly what you'll see is that when schools do adopt Scratch, they do the opposite of that. One teacher will say, okay, we're all making the same thing today. And everyone kind of follows a recipe to have everybody practice doing that. And the reason is, number one, many teachers are really uncomfortable with saying, students, just explore and discover on your own. If you fail, it's okay. Also, letting people go in their own directions as long as they want to, when they want to, just means changing the structure of how we use time really differently. You need to be able to let some kids do stuff for a little bit of time and other kids do stuff for a lot of time. But that, like we all have to get the kids to lunch at 11:20. Schools have these kinds of constraints around them. But I think the Scratch team has done a good job of continuing to try to figure out how to do that. I would love to see I think schools have had a lot of success with helping students learn to create new kinds of media. How do you create powerful images? How do you, create films and audio files and podcasts and things like that? How do you express yourself, not just in writing, but in all the different ways people communicate today? As much as I said it was hard, I think especially in secondary schools, I think we should try to coach and support students in doing more self-paced learning. I think it would be great if by the time most kids graduated from high school, they had taken at least one online class that they had not exactly done by themselves, but maybe just done with a few other students or with a teacher, just kind of, helping them at a distance and helping them learn some of the discipline and some of the practices. Because if you're able to do that, if you can leave high school and take online classes on your own and persist through them and structure yourself through them, there's a lot of resources out there for you to learn. So those are some of the things maybe that I would say could make a difference.
Okay, here's another comment. We need to agree that we have all had a unique working experience due to pandemic, and therefore a lot of good came out of this. It's a law of nature, balance.
So a line that I've used a bunch is that everyone is having a different pandemic. Another sort of strange paradox of the pandemic is that on the one hand, we all, around the world, we've had a shared global experience. I mean, I have the sense that I told you a bit about what our research looked like in the United States. And I'm sure there are things that were different in Croatia, but I also got the sense that a bunch of you were like, yep, that's kind of what it seemed like over here too. So we've had this really shared experience, but it's also, affected us really uniquely. I mean, if you haven't asked these questions of your students, I would really encourage you to ask, how many of you had a good, was your academic experience during the pandemic good or bad? Many students will tell you it was bad. Many students will tell you that they had a harder time working, that they did worse schoolwork. A bunch of students, though, will tell you it was good. There's a minority of students who will tell you that the best grades that they've gotten over the last couple of years were during the pandemic, because when they go to school, they just goof off with their friends. And when they were at home, they just focused and got their stuff done. And they learned something about themselves. And there's some stuff that we could learn about student self-directed learning from that experience. You could also ask people about their social experiences, where again, some folks are really happy to get away from the tribulations of schools, although most people sort of desperately miss their friends. So we all had a different pandemic. I agree that we should be thinking about what kind of, I don't know if it's sort of the good that came out of it, but if there are, one exercise that we've asked teachers to do, educators to do, that you might find useful is, we call it hospice, amplify, create. What are the things that you stopped doing during the pandemic that we just don't have to do anymore? Are there things that we used to do in in-person schooling that we realized were kind of a waste of time? For instance, in the United States, we tend not to have uniforms in schools, but we tend to have dress codes. And teachers have spent a lot of time over the last several decades trying to convince kids not to wear hats and not to wear sweatshirts with hoods on them. And then they were home and they wore hats and they wore hoods and they kept learning and it wasn't a big deal. And now they're coming back to school and they're like, why do we have these hat rules? Like it wasn't a problem when I had the hat at home. And a bunch of schools are like, oh yeah, maybe we should think about which of our rules are about control and which of our rules are about learning, and just focus on the ones that are about learning and try to let go of the ones that are out of control. So hospice some things, amplify some things, what worked really well over the past couple of years that we could do more of, and then how do we change schools to get rid of the things that we don't need and to do more of the things that we do.
Yes, somebody says we have all adapted overnight when COVID-19 hit us, and we've learned a lot during and after the pandemic, but with a cost, extreme burnout. I've never felt this tired and drained.
And I think this year, very sadly, was much worse than people were expecting. I think sort of everyone understood last year, like, okay, this is really different. This is really bad. We're going to have to really dig deep. And I think many people had the hope that when we came back to school this year, it would feel more normal. And in a lot of places, it just hasn't. In the United States, so we have very segregated schools in the United States. We have schools, we have neighborhoods where very rich people go to schools, and then you can be only a few blocks or a few miles away and have schools that are filled with poor children. And our affluent schools do feel more normal. They do feel like places where things are kind of coming back. We've had a much harder time building the supports, building the routines, building the structures in the schools that are serving the students who need us the most. It's because people are feeling so tired and so drained, what we've actually been doing with educators is we sort of stopped trying to talk to them about new things that they can do. And we're trying to have a conversation right now about, like, what are all the things that are happening in schools that we can stop doing? Like, if everyone is exhausted and we're not getting the outcomes that we want, we're not going to make schools better just by finding more new things for people to do. Like, people are too tired to do new things and different things. The first thing we got to do is figure out, what are the things that we don't have to do anymore? How could we be systematic and smart about reducing some of the things that are in our curriculum that maybe we just don't need to teach, this year or next year? What are some routines, some rules? What's some of the bureaucracy that we have teachers doing that we just, like, what forms do they not need to fill out? We've been talking with school leaders about, like, how could you send less email? How could there be less stuff that you need teachers to read? We have a podcast. We have a podcast called Teach Lab, and a series that we're working on, we're calling Subtraction in Action, where we're trying to figure out, like, what are all the things we can have folks stop doing. So Anton, I'm super grateful for your work. And I'm sorry that you're experiencing burnout and feeling tired and feeling drained. You have at least one fan in the United States who is super grateful for your work and for your colleagues' work. The best idea that we've come up with right now is to try to get people together and to start asking the questions, like, are there things that we can stop doing in schools so that we can rest up a little bit, so that we can feel a little bit stronger? And then I'm certainly hopeful that as there's more vaccinations, as there's more better medicines, that next year is the one that does feel a little bit more normal. But I can tell you that there are millions of teachers in the United States that are certainly feeling the way that you do.
Yes.
I don't know if that's helpful or if it just adds Job's suffering to your own, as they say, but that's what I'm
No, absolutely helpful. Let me read one more thing. One more comment. The good is that we teachers show that we are fast learners and real pillars of our society. We got adjusted to the new way of teaching over the weekend, literally, which is true here in Croatia. It was really, lockdown was introduced over the weekend. And I'm really proud of being a member of the teachers community.
Yeah. Here's an amazing thing in the United States. We have surveyed parents and the public month after month after month during the pandemic to ask them all kinds of questions. And what we found over and over again is that parents are shockingly satisfied with their local schools. 75-80% of parents and family members, in almost any way we ask the question, are you satisfied with schools? Are you satisfied with the with the instruction, with the activities they received? And my hunch is that the answer is the same in Croatia, that parents understand that teachers have done incredible work over the last 2 years under very, very difficult circumstances. One of the most important things that we can do in public schools is make sure that our communities trust us. And I think around the world, in lots of places in the United States, there's a minority of people who are very angry in general, and take out a lot of their anger at schools and teachers. But they really are.
We have the same thing here as well. You always have a number of parents who are really grateful for all the work that the teachers do, and then there is always that amount of people who are always angry and dissatisfied, and it's never good enough.
Yeah, well, just keep remembering that that group is often really loud. But yes. The people who are quietly, busily, very grateful for what their schools are doing is much, much larger. Well, it was a really great pleasure to be able to spend the afternoon with you. And I hope you all have a wonderful end to your session. And I wish you best of luck in making the rest of this year work and getting some good rest this summer and starting things afresh and anew in the new year.
Thank you. Justin, we expect you to come here to Croatia and visit us, especially during summer, maybe.
I've heard that there's really good sea kayaking along the coast of Croatia. I'm a big sea kayaker.
It's true.
I want to paddle along the islands out there. We'll have to find a way I'll come visit a couple schools, and then I'll go out and paddle on the islands.
Thank you. You're more than welcome. Thank you so much. Maybe you can just attach your presentation here in the chat box. Thank you once again. Thank you for all the comments, and have a nice rest of the day as well, and greet the MIT community for us.
Yes, absolutely. I will.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ok, evo, dragi moji, došli smo do kraja našeg današnjeg stručnog skupa. Ja sam u međuvremenu provjerila poveznicu za evaluaciju radi. Ne znam zašto nije radila ona prva za potpisnu listu, nije mi jasno. Ja ću sada staviti poveznicu za evaluaciju ovdje u chat, ali ću i projecirati QR kod, pa kako vam je lakše ispuniti evaluaciju, vi vidite već sami. Hvala još jednom svima koji ste bili dio ovog našeg stručnog usavršavanja danas. Apsolutno veliki broj ljudi. Nadam se da vam je bilo korisno. Hvala svim predavačima još jednom. Hvala kolegi Černiju koji je uskočio sa poveznicom za potpisnu listu i pratio cijeli skup zajedno sa mnom. Želimo vam ugodne proljetne praznike, sretan Uskrs, odmorite se, nemojte nikad zaboraviti da smo svjesni vašeg ogromnog doprinosa i svog truda koji ulažete svako na svom radnom mjestu u radu sa vašim učenicima. Za sva dodatna pitanja stojim vam na raspolaganju, možete mi pisati na moj službeni mail. Evo, ja ću sada staviti poveznice za evaluacije, molimo vas zaista da ih ispunite. Hvala još jednom, hvala svima, apsolutno svima, vidimo se što se mene tiče sljedeće godine opet u isto vrijeme u travnju. biti će drugih državnih skupova u organizaciji mojih dragih kolega. Pratite ETA-edu. Budući da su sljedeći tjedan su praznici za vas, ja ću biti isto tako nekoliko dana na godišnjem odmoru. Očekujte potvrde ne sljedeći tjedan, već tjedan kada se vratite u škole. Hvala još jednom, ugodno popodne svima želim. Pozdrav iz Rijeke.